Yes, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Sports Hub. And as always, it is continued coverage of the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup 2006. And today, it's an absolute classic. Hosts England against two-time runners-up South Africa, live from the Oval in London. The venue, of course, for the first semi-final, which was played 2 days ago. As mentioned, this is the second semi-final of the tournament. And the winner of this titanic clash will have the honour of playing against Australia in the final at Lord's, which will take place on Sunday, the 5th of July. And of course, as mentioned 2 days ago, Australia beat the West Indies by 8 wickets in the first semi-final. That was, of course, covered by Jean-Louis Brand and Hanno Trollope for both of their respective channels. And I'd like to say well done to them. I did join, of course, for the first half when the West Indies were batting, but sadly, due to just being a little bit slightly tired and under the weather, I couldn't really continue, couldn't come back. But I am, of course, here to take charge of this England game, which will always be great fun. And normally, of course, you would see this match being commented on in Afrikaans by our friends, but sadly they are both busy. So you'll have me with my limited knowledge of Afrikaans, and we'll have to continue. And of course, a reminder of the first semi-final, Australia did beat the West Indies. The West Indies batting first made a pretty slow start, never really recovered from losing Hayley Matthews, Shemaine Campbell, and Stefani Taylor very early. In fact, Taylor and Claxton both went to ducks, while Matthews top scored with 30 and was looking good, only to be bowled by leg spinner Georgia Wareham. And Shemaine Campbell made 22. Nice piece of news, something to cheer West Indies up, was the sight of Deandra Dottin, who had, of course, been carried off the field after the anthems, feeling a bit sick. She recovered to score 26 or 16 balls with 4 boundaries, but in the end, 125 of 20 overs was never really going to be enough. And credit, of course, has to go to the Australian spinners, of course. Ashley Gardner, of course, man of the match with 2 for 13 off 4 overs, an economy rate of 3.25. Sophie Molyneux chipped in with 2, and Wareham also chipped in with 2. So the spinners basically did the damage, and the other wicket, the 7th one, went to Annabelle Sutherland. Lucy Hamilton and Kim Garth began proceedings, trying to take advantage of the swing on offer, but they couldn't quite do so. But it was the spinners who did the damage. And in reply, Beth Mooney top scoring with 61 of 36 balls with 8 fours. A slight hiccup, of course, with 2 wickets being lost for low scores. And, of course, there was an injury scare for the veteran Elise Perry. But then Elise Perry, of course, had to retire her. But once Gardner came in, she helped steady the ship. And with 35 off 20 balls, she helped Mooney take Australia home and into the final. And Gardner was rightly awarded the man of the match. 4 sixes, 4 fours and a 6 for Gardner in her innings. And only Henry and Matthews were able to have any kind of success. But the West Indies bowlers were basically, a bit toothless, carted around the park. Claxton, of course, going for 18 off her 1 over. Afi Fletcher going for 25 off her 2. And it was pretty much it. The West Indies were always going to be at a disadvantage. So Australia are awaiting the winner of this particular match. And I can tell you that the toss was already completed, with South Africa winning the toss and choosing to bowl on this pitch. And so clearly South Africa are going to try to hopefully maybe use the conditions that suited Australia very well when they played their semi-final. And we're going to find out, of course, from the pitch report whether or not it may be the right decision. But this is another reason why I'm really glad to have Cricinfo at my fingertips. And so there is good grass cover, as noted by the ex-India batsman Dinesh Karthik, but it is kind of dry underneath. And so the spinners will probably get a grip as the game goes along. Now, South Africa's spinners are probably not quite as efficient or as prolific as the Aussie spinners are, but maybe they could get something out of it. And that, of course, segues into the lineup. And I have made one change with, it's basically out with one ex-captain, in with another. Sune Luce, who of course captained the team in the 2022 T20 World Cup, hosted by South Africa, and made it to the final only to lose to Australia. She comes back in instead of Danni van Niekerk, who drops out. Apart from that, it's more of the same. I do like Nonkululeko Mlaba. I think she's an outstanding left-arm spinner. Chloe Tryon can also chip in with some useful left-arm spin herself, and there will be some. It will be expected that some spin could be useful, but the seamers, Kaka, Ismail, and maybe Marizanne, Kapp will be expected to do a lot of work here. As for England, the one expected change is the return of captain Nat Sciver-Brunt, but she replaces the informed Sophia Dunkley, which is a little bit of a surprise because ever since coming back into the tournament, she's coming back into the side, I should say. She's hit some brilliant form and certainly been able to find the gaps with regularity. I always thought that someone like Heather Knight would have to drop out in order to maintain the balance, but sadly, it is what it is, and England's former captain ends up being given another lifeline while Captain Brunt comes back in, and that means, of course, that stand-in captain Charlie Dean returns to the ranks. So it's basically going to be a clash between South Africa's informed seamers against England's informed batswomen, and we're going to see basically how they make it out. Now, of course, this is the first comment here. Semi-final time. The question is, who will book their place in the final against Australia this Sunday? Will it be England or will it be South Africa? And of course, South Africa have beaten England in the last two ICC women's limited over semi-finals. They actually beat them, of course, in that final, on the semi-final, under Suno's captaincy in the T20. And in the 50-over edition, which was won by India recently, South Africa beat England in that semi-final before losing to Harmanpreet Kaur's team. Now, of course, Hanno will be expecting that the third time will be the charm. And he even said that if South Africa were to win the toss, they'd be chasing. Well, of course, that was contingent on whether or not South Africa would win the toss, which wouldn't be guaranteed. But I will give you some credit, a little clairvoyance from your side, although you've got to admit you were more hopeful than others. Hopefully, we'll be getting some more comments as people come in. And we are seeing, of course, both teams ready. The umpires are, of course, walking out onto the field. And I can tell you right now that it will be Australian Eloise Sheridan and West Indian Jacqueline Williams who will be the on-field umpires. The TV umpire will be another Australian, Sheridan's compatriot Claire Polasak, and another West Indian, Candice Laborda, who will be the reserve umpire. New Zealander Trudy Anderson is the match referee for today. And we see Natalie Sciver-Brunt and Laura Wolvaardt walking the teams out. And of course, one of the things I do like about this format is that every single member of the squad gets to walk out and sing the anthems. And they've sort of repeated that in the football World Cup so that nobody gets left behind. But speaking of that, it is anthem time, so I'm going to shut up and mute my screen. Nkosi Sikeleli Africa and God Save the King. Two wonderful anthems, very nicely rendered. And of course, as mentioned, Nkosi Sikeleli Africa is the only national anthem to be sung in 4 official languages. The first verse it's in 5, I should say. So the first verse will be in Xhosa, 2 lines, and then in Zulu, the last 2 lines of the first verse, followed by Sotho for the second verse, Afrikaans for the third verse, and English for the final one. So if I've been saying that it's in 4 languages earlier, I stand corrected and I do apologize. But let's move on our way. And Hannah, of course, saying knockout cricket, we definitely do well. But England are probably better, hoping for a win, but it will be a tough ask. And of course, as I said, Hannah, this could very well be a pitch where the spinners have their stay. So I think Mlaba and maybe Tryon and 1 or 2 others will look to try and take advantage of that. But of course, your seamers have definitely been doing quite well. And I would expect the likes of Kaka and Ismail and Kapp to take advantage of said conditions. We see the South Africans getting into a huddle, of course. And just a reminder that there is, of course, one change from the team that played the final game against Bangladesh. It is, in fact, Sune Luz who comes into the team in place of Danni van Niekerk. So that's out with one former captain, in with another. And as far as England are concerned, England's former captain keeps her place, but England's current captain returns. Sophia Dunkley is dropped to the bench, and what I think is a pretty poor decision because, you know, it's a question of form, and Dunkley has been in amazing form. To be fair, though, Heather Knight has batted quite well, given the fact she hasn't really been given too many opportunities. At the moment, though, England are about to bat, and it is Danni, Wyatt-Hodge and Amy Jones. And got a reply from John Liu saying that, yes, I will wait for you for the second innings. Still 40 minutes in your stream that's left for the Under-20 Springboks World Cup. And apparently we've got a Sune Luz fan. Nice to see that. And, of course, come on, South Africa. Well, I think it's fair to say that Luz being brought back was probably the only decision that could be made. But having said that, you know, Danni van Niekerk was not really the only batswoman to struggle against Bangladesh in the final group game. A certain Laura Wolvaardt herself got out for a duck, a golden duck at that. And it's just as well that Laura Wolvaardt will not be batting right now. She's opted to bowl first. I'm pretty sure that if Nat Sciver-Brunt had won the toss, she would have opted to bowl first as well. It's quite a hard ground to defend the total, and that's why Wolvaart's opted to bowl. And Sciver-Brunt confirmed, yes, she did want to bowl as well, but she's prepared to do everything, whatever she can. Of course, Wyatt-Hodge has been on a roll, and we're going to see basically how she and Jones will counter the South African seamers first up. Here's, of course, Danni Wyatt-Hodge, pretty much a veteran, you could say, at 35. 3,651 runs in her T20s. She has the highest individual score in the tournament and also is sitting on 282 runs, the leading run scorer, of course. And it is, of course, the all-rounder, Marizanne Kapp. Not very happy that her partner has been dropped today, but I'm sure she'll be focused on doing well for South Africa. 100 wickets for her already. I think she reached that landmark against Bangladesh, and she will be hoping to try and find some success when she opens the bowling. So it could very well be that she and Ayabonga Kaka will bowl first, and maybe Shabnam Ismail will come on as first change. Anyway, the countdown is over. It is Marizanne Kapp to get this match underway. Marizanne Kapp, right arm seam, from over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Amy Jones. And that one kept low, certainly well within the boundary, so it's not going to be called wide. Decent delivery to start, and Jones is going to have to be a little bit circumspect against the South African seamers. Of course, there is Eloise Sheridan standing in her 48th T20 International today, and Jacqueline Williams, of course, in her 95th. If she gets to take charge of the final, it will be her 96th. Second delivery from Marizanne Kapp, still over the wicket. And Amy Jones gets off the mark with a single down to backward square leg. I'm not sure she was planning on playing that shot, sort of went off the face of the bat and went behind her, almost an edge, you could say. So England are going to be under pressure to make sure they get a good score. And if there are any bad balls, then you can just bet that both Amy Jones and Danni Wyatt-Hodge will look to take advantage of it. England, of course, having a proud record on the women's side of having won every single ICC World Tournament that they have hosted. And a sort of a waft and a miss there from Danni Wyatt-Hodge that carries through to the wicketkeeper, Sinalo Jaffa. Sort of a reminder of Wyatt-Hodge's boundary. She's definitely scored a large majority of her runs, more than 60% on the offside, through the covers and also in the third man region. Will she be as lucky today? And once again, a slight swing and a miss there. And this is a good start from Marizanne Kapp. Can Marizanne cap off this over with a wicket? Of course, I know better that in the South African dialect it's pronounced Kapp, not Cap. Cap. I'll have to get that right. And of course, given that I'm working in conjunction with two South Africans, I'm sure they will set me right definitely. Second to last delivery. And that is nicely guided down to point, almost backward point for a single. So anything that England can do to try to keep the scoreboard ticking and keep the bowlers working hard, it'll be welcome. But again, they are going to look to try and find some gaps if they possibly can. And this is good bowling from Marizanne Kapp, because I think although a lot of Wolvaardt might have opted for a slip, there is some protection as well at the third man area in the form of Nonkululeko Mlaba. But once again, that is played all the way down to mid-wicket for a single. And so at the end of the first over, England have made a sedate start, but crucially, they have not lost a wicket. And they certainly wouldn't want to lose any wickets in the power play. Just a reminder that the first 6 overs, of course, are the designated power play. So there can be no more than 2 fielders outside the centre circle. But Wolvaardt seems to have done her homework on Danni Wyatt-Hodge and certainly has opted to, be quite proactive in protecting that third man area. If, however, there is a gap between third man and backward point, that is a gap that is waiting to be exploited, because we'll have to see if Mlaba can cover that sort of ground if she's forced to run. And of course, there's always going to be a big question mark about Danni van Niekerk's future. Of course, famously announced her retirement after being dropped from the squad for the World T20 Cup in 2022, being hosted by South Africa. Announced her retirement, but then made a comeback. And she did well enough in the first few games back, but not too sure she's done too much this tournament. And it is, in fact, Shabnam Ismail who's opening the bowling along with Kapp. Right arm over the wicket. And that was a... Oh! Well, I'll tell you what, that was not really the best delivery, but that is a perfect example of just what excellent work Laura Wolvaardt has done with regard to field placing. Short and wide, it was asking to be slapped, but the fielder at point was standing there. I believe that's Anne-Marie Dirksen who's caught that. And fortuitously or not, South Africa have their first wicket. Poor shot by Jones, 2 off 4, and England are in trouble early on. So the big question now is who comes into bat for England? Will it be Alice Capsey or Nat Sciver-Brunt? Looks as though it will be Nat Sciver-Brunt. And I'll tell you what, she picked a horrible, horrible time to, come back. I mean, she probably wasn't expecting that she would lose the toss and be forced to bat first, but the worst part about that shot from Amy Jones was the lack of awareness of where the fielder was. Disgusting, almost. Amy Jones, of course, has played her part in some great opening partnerships with Danni Wyatt-Hodge in this tournament, most notably that partnership of over 130 against Sri Lanka in the first game. But this time around, she's failed miserably. And it is Sciver-Brunt who's come in, and they decide to run a single after playing that past extra cover. So good way for the England captain to get off the mark. So she's already now found herself in the pressure situation. The big question is, how does she cope with it? But a replay of that ugly shot to give away her wicket very cheaply. She'll be disgusted with herself, I'm sure. There's still Shabnam Ismail. Right arm over the wicket. Rolling to Danni Wyatt-Hodge. And I did say that gap between third man and point was there to be exploited, and she edges that through that gap perfectly, and that takes some pressure off England. And Wyatt-Hodge is now somewhat up and away, you could say. It was in the air, but this is an example of a player who knows where the field is. And you can see there's a slip and almost a short third man there, but neither of them were in position to take to catch that. I mean, that was well played, but Danni needs to be careful not to try her luck too many times. And that's going to be a wide from Ismail, and it goes all the way down the leg side for 4 runs. And I'll tell you what, it seems to be a common theme. The batting side loses the wicket, but then gets some, runs as a consolation of sorts. Yeah, pretty poor stuff there from the experienced Ismail, who had announced her retirement but came back in. An attempted slower ball, an off-break style slower ball, which completely went wrong. So, useful runs here for England. Already 10 off the over, but they have lost a wicket. And when things are going your way, they just go your way. A nice little edge onto the turf. It bounces above Jaffna's head, and it goes all the way to the right down the centre, behind the wicketkeeper for 4. I suppose you could say that has to go down as going down to fine leg. But they all count. They all count. So Danni Wyatt-Hodge is perhaps riding her luck a little bit, but she is scoring runs. If she can just get herself into form, or get herself settled, I should say, it'll be good. And that's guided all the way down to the boundary, and that should be cut off there, but I think it was the clerk there who was doing the fielding, and that has been given as 2 runs. So that's excellent work there from Nadine. Very nicely done indeed. All the way to the third man boundary. And she was able to... She might have prevented the ball from touching the ropes. So I think the third umpire may be looking at it. We're going to have to see, though, Excellent fielding done there once again over at third man, but again, it's hard to see whether the whether she might have pushed the ball onto the ball. Okay, so this particular slow motion will tell us everything. If she touches the ball and then touches the rope at the same time, no, I don't think she did. I think she's done some excellent work there in, yeah, that angle is not very conclusive. So the Claire Polasak there ending up giving the benefit of doubt to the fielder, I would say. But in any case, though, England is still flying now. 16 runs off this over already. And it's a cut which goes to the leg side, and the batswomen decide to run a single. And that's a nice way to end the over. So after 2 overs, England have made a recovery, all happening out here. A wicket off the first ball, but then after that, absolute carnage, you could say. And I'm sure Hannah will have a lot to say about that that second over. Certainly the first from Ismail. And he certainly will not be smiling at that. Danni Wyatt-Hodge having some good fortune, but I think she is experienced and wise enough to know that there is no way she can take that good fortune for granted. Marizanne Kapp back into the attack, had a terrific start. Maybe not in terms of wickets, but definitely kept the scoring down. An expansive shot there from Danni Wyatt-Hodge, which goes straight to mid-off, and that's going to be a dot ball. But England may not exactly have played some good shots. I mean, certainly not Danni Wyatt-Hodge, but they'll certainly take whatever runs they can get. Wyatt-Hodge has dismissed Kapp 7 times in 28 innings and make that 8. An absolutely brilliant in-swing delivery, which accounts for England's in-form opener. And Laura Wolvaart's decision to bowl first is justified. Excellent seam position there. Going straight. And you can see there a huge gap between bat and pad. And Danni Wyatt-Hodge was pretty much a dead duck. And you can see how much it meant to Marizanne Kapp. That is her 101st wicket in T20 internationals. Danni Wyatt-Hodge certainly took a huge toll on Shabnam Ismail, but against Marizanne Kapp, he wasn't able to repeat those heroics. 20 for 2 after 2.2 overs. And now the biggest danger here is that England could end up running out of wickets. Certainly the presence of a great deal of green on the wicket has meant that, bowling first is probably the better option. But there will be some occasional bad balls, and so the batswomen just have to get settled and get their eye in, and they can score. But losing Danni Wyatt-Hodge like this would be a huge setback for England, because it now means that in addition to Captain Sciver-Brunt, who's just come back into the side, there's Alice Capsey, who's just come in. And they're now going to have to start settling down and starting all over again before they can even hope to score. So it remains to be seen whether or not they can get a good score in these first 6 overs. I'm not too sure that looks very likely now. Over the wicket to the right-handed Capsey. And Capsey is happy to let that go straight through to the wicketkeeper, and already there are going to be some huge discussions on what needs to be done. Run rate has, of course, now decreased from 10 to 8 and 0. Huge roar there from Marizanne Kapp. 110 kilometers an hour. And you can see that seam movement there. Absolutely brilliant. Now she's got the away swinger working, so Capsey is best advised to leave that alone, and she does. And this will prove to be a wonderful over as far as South Africa are concerned. Marizanne Kapp really getting the ball to swing. Great start by the South African ladies, absolutely. Certainly, Marizanne Kapp is the one doing the damage. And Kapp's taking matters into her own hands, walking down the track and playing that down to mid-wicket for a single. So no wicket maiden. But there is a wicket for this fair maiden. And of course, that means Danni Wyatt-Hodge could potentially end the tournament just 6 short of 300, unless, of course, England win, which means that she will get to play against Australia if that happens. But at the moment, South Africa are well on top. Nat Sciver-Brunt at the crease to face the final ball. And she guides that all the way down to slightly left of square leg. And so a fine over as far as South Africa are concerned. 2 runs and a wicket from the over. And after 3 overs, England are 22 for 2. Run rate having decreased to 7.33333. Of course, having said that, South Africa didn't exactly have it all their own way when they batted second against Bangladesh. In fact, they should have made quite easy going, overhauling that total, I should say. I don't know where that total thing came from, but sort of like thinking ahead there. But when they played Bangladesh at Lord's, they had some trouble, and Ismail coming back into the attack, hoping to get an LBW shout against Nat Sciver-Brunt, but that was going down wide, I would say. I think South Africa are going to review, though, and Laura Wolvaardt says, yes, we're reviewing that. And why not? I suppose, you know, with your team on top, you want to have a chance of getting another wicket. Jacqueline Williams obviously believing that the ball was deviating and going all the way down leg, but Laura Wolvaardt saying, you know what, I'm going to trust my bowlers here. And you can see there the angle. It does hit Natalie Sciver-Brunt high on the knee pad, but that's clearly, deviating. And Claire Polasak should have the easiest not-out decision to make. This is going to be a wasted review here from the South African skipper. It's gone so far and wide that not even the umpire will be given the benefit of doubt when it comes to the umpire's call. Going down wide, and I tell you what, had it not been for Nat Sciver-Brunt's leg getting in the way, that could very well have gone all the way to the boundary for 4 more wides. So a wasted review there as far as South Africa are concerned, and they only have 1 left. So Laura Wolvaardt will be best advised to use it very judiciously. And since they ran for a single, it will be a leg bye, so that means Alice Capsey will be on strike. Ismail there just marshalling the field. Another reminder, of course, that in these first 6 overs, there can be no more than 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. So there is a fielder at third man, and there is a fielder at square leg. Deep third man and deep square leg. But this could be a good shout. And the finger is raised. And South Africa are cock-a-hoop. Now, do they decide to review this one in the hope that maybe it's gone too high? No. Capsey's beginning the long walk back. And England are in all sorts of trouble here. Ismail obviously was never going to get an LBW shout from the previous delivery, but this one, as plumb as you like. Hits on the back leg, going on to hit middle and leg. And it looks as though England's streak of having won every single ICC tournament they've hosted could now be at an end. Capsey goes for 1 or 4. England are in absolute dire straits at the moment. Another reminder, of course, that when South Africa played Bangladesh at Lord's, they had a rather paltry target of 118 to get, but they ended up going all the way to the final over of the game. And when they batted, you know, it was Dirksen and Brits who were probably the 2 top scorers, and they, of course, had a fine partnership of 52 for the second wicket before Brits holed out. Dirksen stayed until the middle overs, top scoring with 45, and then wickets being lost at regular intervals meant that South Africa made heavy weather of it, only confirming their win in the last over through Tryon and Jaffa. Tryon was the one who hit the winning runs. And of course, Heather Knight has now come to the crease and played her first ball down to cover for a DOS. But hang about, maybe England should have reviewed that. Ultra edge confirming that there was, in fact, an edge onto Alice Capsey's pads. Well, England have now experienced both sides of the good fortune of the fortune spectrum. They had great fortune in Ismail's first over. And you know what? They should have appealed. They should have appealed. Knight, of course, playing a single, which means that Sciver-Brunt is back on strike. Hoping to run another single, but Ismail says, nope, not on my watch. So in the first 4 overs so far, South Africa seamers have been absolutely on top. Yes, we are in trouble, Hanno. No need to remind us of that. Last ball of Ismail's over. Still over the wicket to the right-hander Sciver-Brunt. And that is wonderfully played by the England captain. Goes through the point fielder, and that will go all the way to the boundary. So current skipper and former skipper now combining at the crease. Of the 4 overs, England are now 28 for 3. And of course, that 4 makes a difference between the run rate being 6 and the run rate being 7. England's run rate is now 7. It was, of course, 10 after the first 2 overs, but then carnage. Absolute carnage. Heather Knight, of course, another England captain who has led the women's team to victory. That was in the 2017 50-over World Cup, also hosted by England. She'll be hoping that Sciver-Brunt will join her and Charlotte Edwards as one of those ladies. Marizanne Kapp continuing. A dot ball from the first ball over the wicket. And you see here the previous deliveries basically trying to get the outswinger working, and then the sudden in-swinger. And Wyatt-Hodge didn't really have an idea of how to play it. And that should be a wide. And it is. You can see here there, Danni Wyatt-Hodge looking almost disconsolate. A penny for her thoughts, along with those of Amy Jones and Alice Capsey. Of course, a big worry as far as England are concerned is that their seamers, apart from, to an extent, Freya Kemp, have not really gotten going at this tournament. But, again, played along the ground by Heather Knight, but it goes straight to the point fielder. And so, one good thing about Sciver-Brunt and Knight being at the crease is that both these batswomen will almost certainly look to try to stay along the ground and maybe go for boundaries and just avoid making any really big hits. And Another video there showing Amy Jones' struggles against balls outside the off stump. A huge temptation to sort of slap at them, and she paid the price today. And that's a single played all the way down to mid-on, and Shabnam Ismail in fielding that has ended up falling on her elbow. Oh, and that's a pretty nasty fall there. Certainly in some degree of pain. And that is guided all the way down to square leg by Captain Nat Sciver-Brunt. It's actually going to be signaled a leg bite because it didn't touch her. And in T20 World Cup history, Ismail is leading wicket taker with 51. Her 50th, of course, was that of Amy Jones from her first ball. Marizanne Kapp also in the list, having taken her 39th wicket today. It is Kapp, of course, continuing to bowl, and that is nicely played by Heather Knight down to deep mid wicket, but that will be fielded for a single. So all hopes are going to rest now on these two batswomen who are probably the most experienced in the team, along with Danni Wyatt-Hodge. Well, Captain Glum himself, Nasser Hussain, in the commentary box there. Nat Sciver-Brunt plays that last ball down to square leg, deep square leg for a single, and after 5 overs, England are 33 for 3, just 5 runs off that over. It could very well be that they'll be hoping to survive the seamers and then maybe attack the spinners if they can. And of course, with the field spread out, once the power play gets over, there will probably be some opportunities for England to score, keep it ticking, and then maybe build a platform from where they can accelerate in the dying overs. The West Indies, of course, when they played against Australia on Tuesday, they were guilty of some very poor shot selection themselves. And it is Shabnam Ismail with 2 for 22 off her 2 overs. Of course, 17 were scored off that first over, but she did recover very well. And she will bowl the final over of the power play. It does look to me as though Laura Wolvaardt will want to keep the pressure on. And an appeal for another LBW, but Jackie Williams saying no, that was going a bit too high. Do they review this one, though, with only 1 left? Laura, you're on the spot. And she says, no, not worth it. Just as well. Wasted review the last time around. She does not want to waste this one. I think if you take a look at the replay, just rising a little bit too high and definitely going over. I think even Sanalo Jaffa knew that. So, a bit of a shot in the dark, really. And that's another dot ball with more of a forward defensive stroke being played. Actually, not a forward one. It's more of a back foot one where you sort of stand tall and play that back. That's a back foot defensive. Impact in line, pitching well outside off, easily missing the wickets. And a huge swing and a miss there, and that has been counted as a short ball, only 1 allowed, I think. Swing and a miss, of course. Huge gap there between mid-on and deep square leg. also short, fine legs. So that's another defensive shot, which is sort of ends up dying, really, at silly point, you could say. And this has been a brilliant power play as far as South Africa's bowlers are concerned and South Africa themselves are concerned. You can see there as well, there are some huge tinges of green on the wickets. So bowling first was really a no-brainer here. You do not bat first on the green top. 2 deliveries left from Ismail. Right arm over the wicket. And Sciver-Brunt guides that all the way to, you could say, mid-wicket. Tazmin Brits happy to clean up there. And so this is the final ball of the power play. Still have some positive England fans who still believe that their team can get a decent total, a competitive total. And certainly England's bowlers have been, certainly the spinners have been a lot, more prolific than the West Indies have been. And that's a fine shot by Heather Knight, but once again, the fielder is there at third man. And so at the end of the 6-over power play, England are 35 for 3, and the run rate has dipped to a shade under 6. So now, the worst part about this is that South Africa also have a first change seam option in the form of Ayabonga, and she will probably be expected to maybe get a few wickets with the old ball. She might not be as, penetrative as either Kapp or Ismail, but she definitely has a happy knack of picking up wickets. And then, of course, the spinners might be expected to tie down batswomen as well. So it will probably be Nonkululeko Mlaba, the left-arm spinner. Maybe some part-time left-arm sprint from Chloe Tryon. Nadine de Klerk can also turn her arm over, as can Sine Luz. So there are some good spin options, but I think Wolvaardt might be banking on her seamers to basically try and finish everything off. Heather Knight, of course, having just completed 2,600 runs in T20 internationals. Nat Sciver-Brunt having already completed 3,000 long before this match. Just another reminder that, well, of course, there is, of course, some other cricket being played in England. There was, of course, a T20 game played yesterday between England and India, and I would like to, of course, find out what happened with that. Yes, the first T20 international was washed out due to rain. India did make 189 off their 7 overs. If we take a look at the scorecard, basically some half centuries from Abhishek Sharma and Captain Shreyas Iyer took them to that total, and Shivam Dubey coming in with a fine late cameo of 42 off 21. But England didn't get to that. Saqib Mahmood with 3 for 33 from his 4 overs. And is it going to be Marizanne Kapp who will bowl out? Does look to me as though Wolvaardt wants to keep the pressure on and maybe snag a wicket. It is Heather Knight who will be on strike. So right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batswoman. And hoping to walk across and play that to leg, but she only finds mid-wicket. So that's a dot ball. Another reminder, of course, that the final will be played at Lord's this coming Sunday. And some pretty good entertainment has been planned for that occasion, including a performance by Rita or of all people. And Knight plays that to backward point. That will be a single. And so basically the task is simple. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. Don't try and play any expansive shots. And they can't afford to now with Kapp now set to complete her bowling stint for the day. So clearly Sciver-Brunt and Knight have recognised that South Africa are trying to keep up the pressure. And so their edict will be to weather this storm. And sort of pops in the air there from Sciver-Brunt, but fortunately for her, that's wide of the mid-wicket fielder. Chloe Tryon not really able to stop them from running, but they do get a single. Yeah, I'll tell you what, had she been a little bit further up the fielder, that would have been a wicket. And that is well played down to fine leg, but Ayabonga Kaka is there to clean up. So marginally better over for England, you can say. 3 singles from that. Saw the images, of course, of Wyatt-Hodge and Jones walking out, but sadly, neither of them lasted very long. And that is well played by Nat Sciver-Brunt, and that should go all the way to the mid-wicket boundary, and it does. So, nice way to ruin Marizanne Kapp's figures, and that takes the run rate back to above 6 and over for now. It will be exactly 6 if the final delivery is a dot ball, but using her wrists wonderfully well and also using the pace of the ball, no chance there for Chloe Tryon, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Just one more ball, Nat. Let's see if you can survive this one. And they caught in 2 minds there as to whether or not they should run the single. A slight misfield from Sinala Jaffa not proving costly. So at the end of the 7th over, which is, of course, Marizanne Kapp's last over, and she won't be called to bowl again. Wow. And it must be said. South Africa on top. And England, huge spot of bother. Partnership has currently reached 19. So obviously, current skipper and former skipper trying their best to weather the storm here. Chance to pick your player of the tournament between Mandana, Marizanne Kapp, Danni, Wyatt-Hodge, and Elise Perry. And Ayabonga Kaka does come into the attack, so it's a continued seam. And it's 8 consecutive overs of fast bowling. So obviously South Africa hoping to take advantage of the green top there. But the first delivery is slightly wide, and Sciver-Brunt, actually Heather Knight rather, is able to drive that down to third man for a single. And with the field being spread out, even if there are going to be some edges beyond the wicketkeeper, I think you can see there's some huge gaps behind the wicketkeeper. There will be some fielders who can gather that and prevent that from going to the boundary. Ayabonga Kaka to continue. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Sciver-Brunt. That is played all the way down to the point fielder. That'll be just another single. Heather Knight itching to take another single, but in the end deciding not. And of course, action continues from the Football World Cup, with Spain due to play Austria in about 45 minutes' time. One of 4 big fixtures today, including the likes of Portugal in action against Croatia. And that's a fine shot there from Heather Knight. That should go all the way to the deep backward point boundary, and that is one way to really ease the pressure on yourself if you are the batting side. Not too sure if that was a slower ball attempted, but you can't even call that an edge. That was just a brilliantly played shot there from the former captain, guiding the ball down well, using the full pace of the bat there. And not a very big gap, mind you, between deep third and backward point, but very, very well played indeed. And ball sort of spitting up there, and Heather Knight happy to let that go to the wicketkeeper, Jaffa. Two balls to go. England might need a few more runs, and they will get them. The fielders should be able to cut that off, but they should also be able to run two. And they do, thank you. And that brings up England's 50 in the 8th over, so I'll tell you what, it's a bit surprising that Marizanne Kapp has not been called for a no ball, because at the high point of delivery, she's got a bit of a bent elbow there. Showing two of England's wickets back to back. And that is played back to the bowler. So a fine over as far as England are concerned. They certainly needed those runs. 8 off the over. And after 8, they're at 50 for 3. But they're still not out of danger yet, but at least they've given themselves some chance of trying to get something out of this. And this partnership, again, proving to be very important. 27 runs already from 28. So sedate partnership in terms of runs scored and strike rate, but definitely an important partnership in terms of trying to rebuild the innings, which is what they need to do. And now we see spin, the left arm spinner, Nonkululeko Mlaba. I really like this lady, ranked 5th in the world. And she goes left arm round the wicket. And a poor choice of shot there from Sciver-Brunt. Could very well end up being leg before wicket. And they do decide to review that. I am not too sure that Sciver-Brunt's going to survive this. I'm really not. Hoping to play a reverse sweep to a ball that kept low. A dreadful choice of shot there. And the England captain could well be on her way, unless there is a faint edge. Ah! There is an edge that saves her. You can see it comes off the bat and goes down, and the England captain survives. And so that's a second review wasted, which means that South Africa do not have any reviews left in the innings. Well, well, well. Laura, you've done a brilliant job setting the field and with your also with your bowling changes. But you've wasted both your reviews already. Claire Pelisac should have an easy decision here. Yep. There is a faint edge, but it's an edge nonetheless. And you can see, you don't even need the ultra edge. You can see the deviation of the ball. Claire Pelisac saying to her fellow Aussie, stick with your decision. So South Africa have no reviews left, and England are going to look to try and take advantage of that if they possibly can. Dreadful shot selection there from the England captain. You can see it kept low. You could see it kept low. Too low. And this time the reverse sweep is played for a somewhat higher ball. And Heather Knight is able to play a single to go with the other single that Sciver-Brunt played the previous ball down to mid-wicket, I believe. And Harry Dirksen again doing some fine fielding. And they're keeping the scoreboard ticking. It goes past the extra cover fielder, but Nadine de Klerk is there at long off to be able to field that. And as I said, Ayabonga Kaka does have a happy knack of picking up wickets, but I'm not too sure that Wolvaardt will want to try to use her very much. And that is brilliantly played down to the deep backward square leg boundary there by Heather Knight for 4. Another very useful boundary. The former captain does enjoy scoring in that area. And I did remember saying, of course, that, it was probably not really the best decision to drop Sophia Dunkley, the informed Sophia Dunkley, just to bring the captain back, and that maybe Heather Knight would have to make way. But I'll tell you what, so far she's made me eat my words, and as an England fan, I am eating them with relish. Well, maybe not with relish necessarily. I mean, if I had some HP sauce, that would be quite nice. Or maybe I could go all South African and have some chakalaka sauce. Hannah would approve. The only thing missing, of course, would be some cornmeal porridge. Oh, as they call it. And, of course, I should change the score. 8 runs from that over 2. And England are starting to recover a bit. Just as well indeed. A useful part. Yeesh. We will, of course, find out how many runs South Africa will need once England finish batting. But close to the halfway point, they're now 58 for 3. A partnership of 35 so far. And Nadine de Klerk coming into the picture now. Another medium pacer from the looks of it. Over the wicket to the right-handed Heather Knight. She aborts her run-up, and that'll be a dead. This tournament, Marizanne Kapp has 8 wickets, and most of the other ones above her have sadly exited the tournament. Single played by Nat Sciver-Brunt all the way down to deep backward square leg. Actually, Heather Knight played that, I should say. And Sciver-Brunt is now on strike. Nadine de Klerk over the wicket. And that is well played all the way down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And it splits the 2 fielders there. And that is 4. So, as I've said, current skipper and former skipper playing a wonderful hand. Both of them move on to 20, and the partnership is 40 now. An important partnership between these two, which will definitely prove crucial, especially when England come out to bowl. Now, of course, England do have a fine spin bowling attack with Sophie Ecclestone and Charlie Dean in good form. Lindsay Smith is also going to be expected to turn her arm over at the very beginning. And that is played all the way down to mid-wicket. Will they run for 2? Yes, they will. And a wild throw there from, I think that was Ismail. And that pretty much made it clear that they'd be safe. Shabnam Ismail fielding there at deep mid-wicket. Wonderful images, of course, from the day on your television screen if you're watching. Of course, if you are watching it on your telly, you do not need to be listening to my rather amateurish commentary, but if you are, I thank you. Single played by Nat Sciver-Brunt all the way down to deep mid-wicket for yet another single. So once again, England happy to keep the scoreboard ticking, doing what they have to do. They're consolidating wonderfully. And if they get this partnership to 50 and above and maybe try and increase it, then they could very well end up with a more than competitive total. I don't think they'll get a very big one. Heather Knight expertly playing that down to point for yet another single. And that's 9 off the over so far, so they're continuing well. At this current rate, they can only hope to get 136, but if they do start to turn on the afterburners, they could get about 150. 160 would be ideal. And Sciver-Brunt once again able to use her wrists and play that down to deep mid-wicket. And this time they don't take the single. So the England captain will retain strike. But 10 runs off this over. And at the midway point in the innings, England are 68 for 3. Slowly increasing the run rate. Looking to consolidate. A partnership of 45 so far. 45 off 40 balls. So they are increasing the run rate, which is good. And I'm not too sure that necessarily South Africa should be worried about having slightly left their foot off the accelerator. But the worrying part now is that they no longer have any reviews left for the remainder of this innings. So if there is a close LBW shout, they cannot review it. Now it's another left-arm spinner who's come on, Chloe Tryon, more of a part-time spinner, only taken 2 wickets in this tournament. Very useful left-arm spinner, but more famous as a big hitting right-handed batswoman later in the innings. It's a dot ball played by Sciver-Brunt down to mid-wicket. So Laura Wolvaardt keeping the England batswomen guessing. And Sciver-Brunt plays the second ball, a sweep shot down to the deep fine leg boundary. I believe there was a short fine leg, but fortunately for the England captain, it was wide of her. And that takes them to 28 off 25. England go to 72 for 3. And walking across and getting down on her back leg to play that shot. And then once again, it's wide. And that goes to the boundary. Same area. So, the part-time left-arm spinner being hit for a few runs. And we've got, we should. I don't know if we're going to get necessarily a very big total, but we'll have to see how it works. And this partnership, of course, has now reached 43 of 33, 53 of 43, I should say. So, as I said earlier, if you listened, maybe you just joined now, but I will say it again. The partnership has now reached 54. A wonderful partnership of 45 balls between the current and former skipper. So if they increase this partnership to about maybe 70 or 80 by the time the last 6 overs come into play, England could look to accelerate. And Heather Knight going down the track, but then improvising, sort of dabbing that all the way to extra cover. That's a single. So once again, 10 runs off this over. And England have recovered very nicely indeed. Nat Sciver-Brunt plays that all the way down to mid-wicket, and that'll only be a single. So England's recovery continues. 11 off the over. Partnership of 56. And after 11 overs, England are 79 for 3. So that Chloe Tryon over might have started to set Laura Wolvaart's mind thinking, because after the excellent work done by South Africa's seamers, taking all 3 wickets in the power play, they've just let their foot off the accelerator a bit as Ayabonga comes back into the attack. And I'll tell you what, Nat Sciver-Brunt is in good form, and her coming back into the team has come at the best possible time. Sort of stepping her foot down the track and playing that sweep behind the wicketkeeper down to fine leg before. She doesn't step down. She actually moves across to the offside, but that was very definitely premeditated. And with no protection down there, it's 4 runs. So 83 for 3. The partnership is now worth 60. And that's sent all the way down to deep mid-wicket. They decide to run for two belatedly, but in the end, they reach the destination comfortably. Two of their most, along with Danni Wyatt-Hodge, that's right. Definitely a good paddle sweep behind the wicketkeeper. And of course, she scored more than 800 runs with the sweeps, the scoops, and the reverse shots. So definitely a fine weapon there. A more conventional shot that played down to mid-on for a single. Attempting a back-of-the-hand slower ball, but Sciver-Brunt sees that well and decides just to play that safely to mid-on. Heather Knight now to face the fourth delivery of the over. And that is guided past short third man, and that will go to the boundary. 11 runs off 4 balls. England are continuing to recover. And this is another reason why you can never write off Team England. They lost both their openers. They lost the dangerous number 3 batsman in Alice Capsey. Actually, number 4, I should say. But you've got current skipper and former skipper working in tandem beautifully. Partnership now worth 67. 2 balls left from Ayabonga Kako's over. And the run rate has now gone 7.6 and over. You could say it's been a long time. Last delivery of the over. And that is once again played all the way down to mid-wicket. That should be covered by the fielder. And England are rampant. 12 runs off the over. 91 for 3 after 12. They could very well end up with a competitive score of about 150 or 160. If they get 160, mind you, that would be a huge bonus. Partnership worth 68. Wonderful stuff, mate. Some news from Wimbledon as well, if you enjoy tennis, and I know that there are quite a few people who do. Arthur Ferry, the first Briton through to the third round. Katie Swan and Jacob Fernley already out. Defending women's champion Iga Swiatek through to the third round, along with Alexander Zverev. Elena Rybakina is a set and 3-2 up. It is Mlaba who comes back in, and the first ball was played down to mid-wicket for 2. Left arm round the wicket. And this time Heather Knight hopes to get that on the offside, but only succeeds in finding the South African captain, Laura Wolvaardt, an extra cover. She won't be happy with the way the with how the English have recovered with a partnership now of 70. And that could go to, is there a fielder there? Well, there is a fielder. And despite the best efforts of Nadine de Klerk, she does not prevent that from going all the way to the long off boundary. And that is 4. Easy 4. You can see that the ball did touch the rope. I wonder if the batswomen were able to run for at least 3 there, but you can see she fell, and you can see it did in fact touch the rope. So I'm not too sure why there should even be a delay in, notifying this or ratifying this. That's the word I was looking for. Wonderful attempt there from Nadine de Klerk, but sadly you can see it touched the rope, and that should be 4. Obviously, Lois Sheridan wanting to take no chances, and her fellow Aussie helping her out. And Heather Knight basically going over the field And rather lucky that she didn't go straight to the field of it. And this ball was played all the way down to mid-wicket, and that should be, well, they do run for 2. Heather Knight. The knight in shining armour. Riding to the rescue along with the current captain is the former captain. A set of piece between Jakub Mensik and Grigor Dimitrov. Jan Chowinski is 3-4 up in the third set, one set of piece against Francis Tiafoe. Reverse sweep there played by Heather Knight, but that just finds the point field. 8 runs off the over so far. The partnership is worth 76, and England are 99 for 3. If they do manage to get the 100 in this over, that would be absolutely amazing, as far as they're concerned. And they do get the 100 with Heather Knight playing that last delivery all the way down to mid-wicket, and they decide to opt against getting the second run. And so with that 100th run, we have an advertisement here from DP World, who deliver 10 kits around the world for every 100 runs scored. 100 for 3 after 13 overs. A partnership of 77 between these two fine servants. And as I did say, 160 would be a plus. I'm not too sure we'll get 180 because of the way the scene was unfolded. But South Africa did, in fact, err a little bit by bowling Marizanne Kapp out. Shabnam Ismail has 1 over left, and Ayabonga Kaka has not looked very tentative. And the spinners have not exactly been as useful as England would have liked. So it could very well be that England spinners might enjoy bowling on this track if they do get some run. It is, of course, Nadine de Klerk coming back into the attack. And an appeal for an LBW. And South Africa can't review that because they don't have any reviews left. They're going to have to depend on the benevolence of the umpires to get it. And I'll tell you what, I probably would have gone on to miss leg stump anyway. But in any case, they can't review it. And Heather Knight takes advantage of that by playing a single all the way down to deep cover. Yeah, the Indian guy in question is a chap named Vaibhav Suryavanshi, and obviously, if you know him well, he's a huge star for the Rajasthan Royals in the IPL. And a fine shot played there by Sciver-Brunt to deep backward square leg. That's a boundary, and England are still rattling along with a partnership of 82. And yeah, obviously, there's a huge noise being made about his talent and whether or not he should be given an opportunity to play. He didn't play for India in the T20 series against Ireland, which India lost 2-0, by the way. But there is, of course, a clamour for him to get a cap as a single is played there all the way to point. I think Sciver-Brunt was hoping to get that away, and she couldn't quite make it. So Sciver-Brunt is now on 45 from 33, and she's certainly found her bearings thanks to the support of her predecessor. If England continue at 9 runs and over, they could get 162. And what a shot to play to get to 49. Another scoop behind the wicketkeeper, goes to fine leg, and that is another boundary. Could very well see 1,000 boundaries in the tournament already, but once again, England taking advantage of the fact that neither the spinners nor the medium pace of de Klerk or Kaka have been very effective. And I agree with you, he is a real talent, definitely. I think and Sciver-Brunt gets to her 50. Wonderful shot played down to long on, and that goes for 4. 13 off that over. 53 off 35 for the England captain, who's come back into the team and come back with a bang. 13 off the over. And with that, England's run rate has now increased to just above 8 and over. And you bet, that Sciver-Brunt is on fire. Great half century. Natty's on fire. Your fielders are terrified. Okay, enough's enough. But this does make some great reading, and it's a partnership of exactly 90, which has taken England to the possibility of a really competitive total as we enter the last 6 overs. Now, of course, Shabnam Ismail has 1 over left. And I think they're going to regret not being able to take advantage of having taken those 3 wickets in the power play. Because I'll tell you what, England have certainly proved that even if they lose their top 3 cheaply, they have more than enough batting to be able to make a pretty good total. And of course, after Heather Knight would come all-rounders Freya Kemp and Danni Gibson. They were the 2 people who actually turned on the afterburners against England with that brilliant display in the last 6 overs. That really took England over the 200 and made sure they got a big total. And of course, Charlie Dean is definitely no mug with the bat. Should have gone with that. I should have gone with that. Alicia Keys at her very best. Thank you very much indeed. But of course, she's not a girl. She's a lady. Ooh. So if you're Laura Wolvaardt, what do you do? Some magnificent work in the early overs, but now a partnership of 90, potentially 100 between these 2 fine servants. And of course, if either of them were to get out, in would come Danni Gibson and Freya Kemp. And it would be time for some fireworks. And of course, I am going to have to unleash my inner Jason Cundy and say, has anyone seen Hanno? Nonkululeko Mlaba back into the attack, left arm spinner. Once again, they cannot review an LBW shout. But again, that's a dot ball with Knight attempting to sweep that, but only finding the short leg fielder. And I don't even think she got back on that. But England will look to take advantage of that if they can. A reverse sweep. Once again, Eloise Sheridan isn't interested and they can't review. Shots of some wonderfully iconic buildings in London, the Tate Gallery, of course. And Knight goes down the track and whips that all the way down to mid-wicket for a single. Deep, not even mid-wicket, sort of long/mid-on, you should say. I should say. I do not like Jason Cundy one bit. And Nat Sciver-Brunt also flips that all the way to deep mid-wicket this time for another single. And so tactically, England are going to have to decide what they want to do. Do they decide to go for the 100 partnership and then retire out? Or do they continue? Another flicked single all the way down to mid-wicket. Fielded well by Chloe Tryon. I don't think she's coming back into the attack. And this is the last ball of Nonkululeko Mlaba's 3rd over. Left arm round the wicket. And do they run a single here? No, they don't. Roy Wolvaardt cleaning up at cover. So a somewhat sedate over. 3 runs from it. 116 for 3 after 15 overs. And of course, one of the biggest issues when India played Australia in the last group match with their position in the final on the line, the semi-finals on the line, was that when they were batting, they were they started well and didn't lose a wicket for the first 10 overs or so. But then it was basically a case of Harmanpreet Kaur taking a lot of the batting along with Jemima Rodrigues. And then Rodrigues retired out. But that only gave Richard Ghosh 1 over to play, and she played 1 ball for a single. So there was always going to be that question of whether or not they should have thought of that earlier, but in the end, Harmanpreet Kaur smacked Sophie Molyneux for 3 consecutive sixes. But in the end, those sixes proved to be futile as Australia won at the canter, which meant that India failed to make the semis for the second T20 tournament in a row. And now Shabnam Ismail is back into the attack. She'll be bowling her final over today, right arm over the wicket. And Heather Knight once again attempting that sweep behind the wicketkeeper, but playing and missing. And so England have got to be careful. They've done some brilliant work to put themselves in a position of recovery. They will want to try to get a competitive total, aiming for at least 160. Something to defend. Of course, that match between India and Australia was played at Lord's, and that is played high in the air. I don't know if there's a fielder coming under it. In the end, it's Sune Luce who ends up just not getting there in time. So another single for England, and that puts Heather Knight onto 40 from 38. Nat Sciver-Brunt is now back on strike. She's already got her 50. That was, of course, straight back behind the bowler, and you can see the frustration on Shabnam Ismail's face. She's bowled very well, aside from the second over where she was taken for 17. She did get a wicket, though. And she's got a challenge in front of her. I think Marizanne Kapp bowling herself out might come back to haunt England. And once again, that trademark flick from Sciver-Brunt all the way down to deep mid-wicket. Nine fours so far in the England captain's innings. A wonderful recovery job. They haven't hit a single six. England will, of course, be looking to try to prize out the opening pair of Flora Wolvaardt and Tazmin Brits, and then going into the middle order batsmen. And that's a powerful shot from Heather Knight. And that, despite the best efforts of Chloe Tryon, reaches the boundary. Long on. Very powerfully struck there from the former England skipper. Attempted off-spin slower ball, but Heather Knight plays that straight. Right in the slot. And that's another big shot. And that's dropped. I think that did, in fact, carry to Nadine de Clèves down there at deep mid-wicket, but she wasn't able to get it. And that single brings up the 100 partnership between these two fine batswomen. Actually, no, it didn't carry. It dropped short. So a good effort there by Nadine de Clèves. But that is the 100 partnership of 76 balls. A strike rate of just under 133. And so it could very well be that Heather Knight might decide to play for a 50 and then retire out. Hoping to get a single there, Nat Sciver-Brunt, but she doesn't. That's the dot ball. And so 7 runs off the over. 4 overs to go. England are 123 for 3. Now, it's perfectly fine having done some brilliant work being able to recover. But these last 4 overs are now going to be key. A minimum of 37 to 40 runs will be needed. So they are going to have to go at 10 and over. And so it could very well be that once Heather Knight does get to 50, she will retire out. Maybe Danni Gibson can come in, or even the left-handed Freya Kemp can come in to try and, mix things up a bit. But as India found out when they played Australia, as competitive a total as 170 proved to be, in the end, Australia were just too experienced and too street smart for India. Ayabonga Kaka coming back into the attack, right arm over the wicket. And once again, that's played down to deep backward square leg, but there is a fielder there. Both these fine batswomen have played along the ground. They very rarely, if ever, look to take the aerial route. Heather Knight in particular, you wouldn't expect her to, be one to hit, go for 6, but a fine shot from Sciver-Brunt with some brilliant fielding there from Tazmin Brits. That limits the score to just 2. Tazmin Brits there at deep mid-wicket doing some excellent work. And as I said, Tazmin Brits will have a big role to play when South Africa come out to bat. Got back into form in a brilliant way with a fine century against the Netherlands, but a lot will be expected of her. Once again, play to leg. And this time, Tazmin Brits doesn't have to do as much work. A dive off the previous ball, but this time, all she has to do is just calmly mop that up. Four off the over so far. England will be hoping for a little bit more. And that's a fine shot back from Heather Knight. And that goes all the way for 6. And that brings her to 50. 52 off 42. So the big question is, does she retire out and bring Danni Gibson in? A 6 down to cow corner. We're going to see a replay of that because I'm not too sure how far Tazmin Brits was away from that. It was actually in Tazmin Brits' area, but well above her head. Even if she jumped, she was never going to catch that. And now Heather Knight goes aerial, opening up inside out, and it's a boundary down to long off. 14 runs from the over. England are rampant. Partnership of 114. And I'll tell you what, if South Africa do go on to lose this semi-final, Laura Wolvaardt will look back at this partnership and say that was what really broke them in the end. Ayabonga Kaka with one delivery left in her third over. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Heather Knight. An attempted slower ball, and that is played once again through the covers quite nicely. But again, it's only for a single. 15 off the over. 138 for 3. With 3 overs remaining. You know I didn't like Jason Cundy, but nice one continuing that. Nelson Mandela, Stephen Biko, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Charlize Theron, F.W. de Klerk, Gary Player, Sholto Copley, Arnold Bosley. Your team are taking one hell of a beating. I think there are a few more South African celebrities you could bring in there. Definitely a few sportsmen, but nice one there. And of course, we will be having a South African coming on in the mid-innings break to talk about this innings. Nadine de Klerk coming back with the attack, right arm over the wicket. Heather Knight hoping to get that away, and she does in fact go for a single with the ball going slowly to Laura Wolvaardt. An extra cover. It will be Rita Ora and Clean Bandit who will be performing at the final. Pre-match and post-match. Coverage, of course, starting at 2:30 p.m. BST. And expansive shot there from Sciver-Brunt, and that finds the boundary too. Almost at cow corner, and that's another boundary. And the partnership is now worth 120. Well, if Hanno were here, we'd be giving him a lot of stick by now, and I think even he would admit that the stick is very well deserved. That takes her to 62, and she goes really bigger, much bigger. That is huge. Over deep mid-wicket for 6. 11 runs off the over already. England 149 for 3. Over deep mid-wicket. And once again, the slower bowlers are being taken to the cleaners. Yeah, well, if you do go down to watch that match, make sure you, if you want, you could even, if you like, do a little bit of a vlog of that. for your channel. Aiding the clerk has been very expensive so far. 23 off 2 before she started. Now it's 34 off 2.3. And the England skipper there seeing the ball just like a football. Current partnership worth 126 off 86. Brilliant stuff. Strike rate of just under 150. And looks as though there's going to be a delay. I think they're trying to replace the ball, or maybe they need some new ones. See what happens here. Now, of course, the big worry, as I mentioned earlier, is that regardless of whatever total England get, the opening bowling has not really been at its best. You have Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell opening, and then you'd have everyone else coming in. But England's spinners will provide the best hope of defending this total, whatever total England gets. Definitely some major damage being caused by the England skipper. You're spot on there. And of course, as you know, it is being played at Lord's. It is, of course, your home cricket ground. So if you do manage to get a ticket and go over there, as I said, make sure you enjoy. And now there are 4 fielders on the leg side, 3 on the leg side, I should say, 4 on the boundary. And it's still of no use. Another boundary from Nat Sciver-Brunt. Deep mid-wicket. And that's 15 off the over, and that is England's 150 up. And a partnership worth exactly 130. What a fantastic recovery this is. And if we do get to 170, I'll tell you what, that would be amazing. But there's still a few overs to be bowled. And rocking back and playing a fine single down to long off there. That makes it 16 runs from the over. And if we take a look at the scorecard, I think South Africa's better bowlers have already been bowled out. Yes, Ismail and Kapp have already been bowled out. So it's the slower bowlers and the medium pacers the medium pacer, I should say, who are now finishing everything off. And this could very well be an opportunity for England to get a very big total. Last ball of the clerk's over. Heather Knight plays that to Laura Wolvaardt at cover. Doesn't run a single. But this has been another fantastic over from England's perspective. 16 off it. 154 after 18. And they are now at exactly 8 and over. But with 2 overs left, it's going to be a question of who's going to bowl and who can possibly stop the flow of runs. Partnership worth 131, and I tell you what, it is Nonkululeko Mlaba who's coming back to bowl. That'll be her final over. And it's sent all the way down to deep backward square leg, and that will be an easy 2 runs there for Captain Nat Sciver-Brunt. Maybe Sciver-Brunt could really take a toll, go completely berserk and get a century before the inning is over. I'm not too sure she'll get it with a shot like that, though. She holds out after a fine innings to Tazmin, Brits at deep mid-wicket. I think she was trying a bit too hard to take the aerial route, but just couldn't get any power on that. And Tazmin Brits this time saying, "Sorry, Nat, but take that." But it's a brilliant innings from the England captain. 75 or 47 with a strike rate of 160. 11 fours and 1 6, and England are 156 for 4 with 10 balls remaining. You do that. But do make sure you get a ticket because they could possibly sell out a little bit. And hopefully, if England do get to the final, you will. Otherwise, there's no need for that. And here's Freya Kemp, who comes into the attack. And the first delivery she faces, I don't know if that's going to be called a bye because I don't think Freya Kemp got any bat on that. And it was Mlaba bowling left arm round the wicket to left-handed Kemp. And of course, it was Mlaba who ended up getting the wicket of Nat Sciver-Brunt. That is, in fact, called a bye, but they did run a single. So Heather Knight, the former captain, now has the chance to try to take England home, and she fails. Or maybe that's just another attempt to try to bring in another dangerous batswoman. Well, these two ladies can't really be faulted too much because they did a fine job getting England to a position of recovery. A somewhat more competitive total, but a weak shot there from the former skipper finds its way to Laura Wolvaardt at extra cover. Of course, that brings Danni Gibson in, so 58 from 47, 6 fours and a 6 for Heather Knight. And so after that big partnership, both batsmen, instead of retiring out, have opted to play themselves out in a way. And now that brings Freya Kemp and Danni Gibson into the crease. Danni Gibson, of course, will be on strike. The sad part is that neither of these batsmen are now set. And there are very few balls for them to play. So it will remain to be seen how they do. And Gibson gets off the mark with a single down there. It actually ends up being 2. Very well run by these two ladies. So a good over for South Africa. 2 wickets and no boundaries. Pretty a couple of weak shots there played by Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight. Last ball, and Gibson backs away, and some fine work there from Laura Wolvaardt there at cover, restricts it to just a single. So 6 from the over. Not 6. Yeah, it is 6 from the over. They were 154 for 5. Now they're 160 for 5 with 1 over to get. So 160 is the minimum. And hopefully, as you said, they could get to 170 from the final over, depending on who will get to bowl it. And if we take a look at the scorecard, Mlaba has now bowled herself out. An excellent recovery for her. 2 for 25 off of the 4 overs. Kaka has 1 over left. De Klerk has 1 over left. It might possibly be Ayabonga Kaka to bowl the final over because she does have a knack of taking wickets. And yeah, Knight has done her job. Kemp is a big hitter. And I'm glad you've asked this question. I'll probably get to it maybe during the mid-innings break before our friend comes on. Okay? But it is an important question, and I am going to give you my perspective. So I'm glad you asked that. It is Kaka who comes on to bowl, and Gibson plays the first ball all the way down to deep mid-wicket. Do they dare run for 2? Nope. Field's arm is strong. And of course, both these batswomen are there because partly because of a weak shot there from Heather Knight, hoping to go aerially, I think, but slices that to cover. And extra cover, and Laura Wolvaardt says, thank you very much indeed. But England are now 9 runs away from a total of 170. And of course, that was exactly the same score that India got when they played against Australia in the final group game. But Australia's batsmen proving to be far too street smart. Overhauling that target with an over to spend. The run rate is now the somewhat healthier 8.4 after literally being on life support at one stage. 35 for 3 at the end of the power play. What a magnificent recovery England have made. And playing a miss there from Freya Kemp. Kaka bowling over the wicket, right arm to the left-handed batswoman. Another reminder that you can vote for your player of the tournament. Go to T20worldcup.com/POTT. Mlaba, Kapp, Wyatt-Hodge, and Perry. No West Indian in that group, which I think is a bit of a shame, a big shame, I should say. But it is what it is. And once again, a play in the miss, but I think that could be called a wide. Yes. Jacqueline Williams says, sorry, Ayabonga. You're not going to get away with bowling that wide, although Kemp probably would have been best advised to leave that alone if it were going that wide. An attempted back of the finger slower ball. And if Kemp had gotten edge to that, that probably could have been a wicket, which is why sometimes you've got to expect some prudence. 4 deliveries left. And Kemp does get bat on that, but only succeeds in sending that down to deep mid-wicket. Tazmin Brits cleaning up. That does bring Danny Gibson back on strike, and a couple of big hits will definitely give England a very competitive tone. A lot will, of course, be expected from Laura Wolvaardt and Tazmin Brits. But Wolvaardt hasn't quite been in the best of form in recent times and actually got out for a golden duck against Bangladesh in their last game. And Gibson playing and missing that. But that's not going to be called a wide. That's a dot ball. So this is good stuff from Ayabonga Kaka. If you can't take a wicket, don't let them score a run. And I'm not too sure what type of shot that was. A sort of a one-handed, one-legged attempt there. And that is high in the air, and I think that could be out. Nope. 2 fielders were surrounding that, and neither of them could get it. And that's a well-run 2. But that takes England to 165 for 5, which means that unless they get a 6 off this final ball, they will be short of 170. So I'm sorry, Steve. It looks as though, despite the best efforts of Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight, we might just be a little bit short. But hopefully our bowlers can really put the skids on the batsmen. Last ball of the innings. And that ends up going all the way to the boundary, and that is signaled a bye. Sadly, it's not an extra, so England finished their innings on a grand total of 169 for 5, one short of 170, which means that South Africa will need exactly 170 runs to win at a rate of 8.5 and over. And this is a cause for worry if you're an England fan, because yes, it's a more than decent competitive total, but unless England's bowlers, particularly the spinners, are able to get a foothold on the game, or really tie them down, we could be in a little bit of trouble. And yes, confirmed, they will be chasing 170. Now, I'll read this point. Key in McCullum, I think yes. Robert Key, the fact that that guy ended up being involved with England cricket to me will always be not so much a mystery, but an absolute disgrace. As a batsman, he only made 1 big innings of note, a double century against the West Indies, did sweet bugger all after that, only played about barely a dozen tests, 15, I think, and he ends up getting the top job in English cricket. And as for McCullum, listen, I will say right now that he has proven that he is an excellent limited overs coach. But as a test coach, while Bazball was, exciting and exhilarating at first, and we all loved, the wins, it was effectively, feasting after the famine, and we were all happy. But then once we started to get found out, there was no real effort to try to tweak it a bit. And that's what's really frustrating. And we take a look at the England scorecard. Sciver-Brunt and Knight, the big stories. Amy Jones going for a very cheap 2, a dreadful shot from played to Anne-Marie Dirksen at point. Kapp LBW to the same bowler, Shablam Ismail. Marizanne Kapp getting rid of Danni Wyatt-Hodge with a beauty of an in-swinger. But apart from that, it was a huge partnership of 133 between Sciver-Brunt and Knight, which really took their toll on South Africa's bowlers. Ayabonga Kaka being quite expensive, as was Nadine de Klerk and Chloe Tryon. Nonkululeko Mlaba recovering well to take 2 for 25 off for 4. But after the wonderful efforts of Marizanne, Kapp and Shabnam Ismail, South Africa just couldn't capitalise. And I think Laura Wolvaardt will look back on her decision to bowl out her premier seamer and also not give Ismail more than one over left as a poor decision, not to mention the way she wasted all the reviews she had. Of course, I don't think South Africa had any more potential appeals after that. Maybe they had one, but there was no way they were going to get it. And that batting innings against New Zealand, again, there is some thought to that, some merit to that, that if you were to try to start well and really get some rapid runs, you could leave yourselves in with a chance of winning. But then you can't just play it like a T20 innings where you score, you have a breezy innings and then get out almost as quickly as you came. Maybe there is some more to it. As you said, there might be some more between McCullum and Stokes. Something will come out. And listen, I don't really want to read too much into that, but all I'm going to say right now is, we need to get over as well feeling sorry for Benjamin Andrew Stokes, because it's not Anthony, it's Andrew. So my apologies to the people who saw that other stream and I got it wrong that day. But I'll tell you what, as I said, we have to get over feeling sorry for Ben Stokes, because when you are a skipper and you play a very big role in setting all of these curfews and protocols that have to be followed by the entire team, then I don't care who you are, you follow them. And there was no need for him and Angus Atkinson to be out that late celebrating. Why was there an ECB security guard with them? I don't know. And for things to sort of pan out the way they did, it was just poor form in many ways. And especially when you had the situation where, both Stokes and Atkinson were dropped for the second test, the very fact that Joe Root was brought back as captain because they decided, you can't give Harry Brook the job because of his own disciplinary issues. I mean, that says it all. Joe Root, for all of whatever limitations he might have as captain, it's quite clear that he's really the only real adult in the room. And I know that Jeffrey Boycott pretty much had a huge, had a go at Joe Root, saying that his captaincy limitations were laid bare in the second test. But still, it's like you have a situation where if you can't even trust your supposed deputy, the supposed anointed one, to lead the team, because you don't think he's capable of it, and he didn't cover himself with glory in the fourth innings either against New Zealand, who can you possibly call? You can't call the Ghostbusters. I don't even think England has anyone of that ilk. So for me, to answer your question, Steve, I actually would be more in favour of letting Joe Root have the captaincy for the Pakistan series, maybe even for a little bit longer before Harry Brook gets the maturity. And for that, I mean, he needs to go for 6 months to a year without having any disciplinary issues against him. That means no, going out to nightclubs and getting himself in trouble. I mean, to be punched by a bouncer at a New Zealand nightclub, I mean, how low can you get? Of course, Joe Root isn't exactly, a person with an unblemished record. I do seem to remember when we had a Champions Trophy, he was drinking at a pub, and then he ended up, getting into a slight altercation with David Warner, who punched him in the face. I don't think, Root had the book thrown at him, because I don't think he did anything untoward. But still, you now have a situation where you've got the only adult in the room who's captained the team before, who supposedly doesn't really want to do it again. But if it does come to pass that he's the only person capable of doing it, it has to be him. And there's been talk about the prospect of bringing, Ollie Pope back into the team. But then, given that he was dropped because of his own poor form, I don't even know how well he's been batting in county cricket of late. Maybe he's been getting 1 or 2 big scores, but apart from that, not really being able to capitalise. So do they do an about turn and bring him back into the team and ask him to captain the team again? There's so much going on right now with English cricket. It's as if we're almost entering a crisis. And again, you've got to be really wary of who you sack. Now, there is a sense of circularity to it, in that Stokes and McCullum began their stint together with a home series against New Zealand. And then Stokes' captaincy, for it to end in that way with a home series against New Zealand, It's almost, I would say, a little bit fitting in some respects. But again, it now leaves England cricket in a very unenviable position where the anointed one can't be trusted to, keep his nose clean. The only senior man in the team who's done the job before might be a little bit more of a reluctant leader, the way Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton ended up being during Nasser Hussain's captaincy. And so there's also so much inexperience in the team in terms of caps earned. Who can have the job? For me, I'll just give it to Root. Let it be done on a temporary basis for 6 to 12 months. Let Harry Brook keep his nose clean and concentrate on playing better innings at test level and being more responsible, while also doing the job of being England's limited overs captain. And then, after about a year, we can see. It's quite crystal clear that even though Joe Root's going to have a few tests where he doesn't fail, that in every single whatever series he has, he will, come good with a few good scores. He has, of course, recently completed the landmark of 14,000 test runs. It won't be long before he gets to 15,000 and hopefully 16,000. And I would like to see him retire with 16,000 runs. Whether or not he has a final Ashes series at home against Australia, retires, or keeps himself active for maybe another tour down under, I don't know. But if he's still performing and still continuing to play well and continuing to make these big scores, he has to stay in the team, at least until a few other players get a little bit more experience, a little bit more responsibility. And yes, I am including Harry Brook in that list. And what you said there about there being an alcohol culture in England men's cricket, that's all the more really disgusting. Because look, you and I both remember, Steve, back in the day, there were more than a few players who enjoyed a tipple every now and then. Certainly, Beefy wasn't averse to getting himself drunk a little bit. But again, the thing is, there's always a time and a place to do everything. And for the most part, some of our players seem to be too stupid and too ignorant of these ramifications to know how to conduct themselves. So I'm going to end on this because I don't want to talk too much on this. All I'm going to say right now is I just hope that this issue will be resolved. A series against Pakistan at home is probably what we will need to sort of try and get ourselves back into the groove. But I tell you what, it's not going to be easy playing against this Pakistan team. We know that they're mercurial. We know that they've got issues of their own. But they are capable of springing a surprise on their day, so we really, really need to be on our guard. And of course, we should be back with the start of the second innings sometime soon. Just another reminder that this is continued coverage of the Women's T20 World Cup. The second semi-final being played today between England and South Africa at the Oval. And the winner of this match will play Australia in the final at Lord's this coming Sunday. And the reason why Australia are in the final is because on Tuesday, they beat the West Indies by 8 wickets in the first semi-final, which was also played at the Oval, and winning convincingly, of course, by 8 wickets. Laura Wolvaardt winning the toss, choosing to bowl, and they made one change to their team, South Africa, bringing Sune Loose back in. England also made one change, bringing captain Nat Sciver-Brunt back into the attack. Now, South Africa started brilliantly, taking 3 wickets in the first 4 overs, I should say, between Marizanne, Kapp and Shabnam Ismail. And England were on the rack at the end of the power play with only 35 runs for 3 wickets. But then a magnificent partnership between Nat Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight. In fact, where are my manners? Do please excuse me. Let me share the scorecard with you. Just another reminder that I have to click a few more buttons to sort of get things done. But yes, this is a reminder. The first wicket falling with Amy Jones, a rather lazy and rather ill-advised slap to Annery Dirksen at point. Danni Wyatt-Hodge being bowled with an absolute jaffa of an in-swinger from Marizanne Kapp. And then Alice Capsey not lasting very long, falling LBW to Ismail in the 4th over. So England were in trouble. But then Nat Sciver-Brunt came to the crease, Heather Knight followed suit, and a magnificent partnership of 133 took England to a position of great recovery. And then, sadly, neither Freya Kemp nor Danni Gibson were able to really get going with so few balls left. But England do have a competitive total of 169 for 5. And hopefully their spinners will be able to make hay. Charlie Dean, Sophie, Ecclestone, and Lindsay Smith. A lot will be expected of Lauren Bell because she hasn't really been very effective during the tournament. And when you take a look at the bowlers, Marizanne Kapp bowled out her 4 overs quite quickly with Laura Wolvaardt hoping to try to exert some pressure. Shabnam Ismail had 3 overs. But then once the spinners came on and the medium pacer Nadine de Klerk, both Sciver-Brunt and Knight were astute enough to know that those were opportunities they could use to try to keep the scoreboard ticking, play along the ground, and later on, if they knew where the fielders were, go over the top and score heavily. Ismail and Mlaba, the best bowlers of the lot, Mlaba in particular being very economical, recovering magnificently in her final over to take 2 wickets for 6 runs in that over, giving her figures of 2 for 45. Nadine de Klerk taken to the cleaners. Chloe Tryon also was smacked for a couple of boundaries down the deep backward square leg, short fine leg region by, I think it was Heather Knight. Certainly enjoys playing that. Anaya Bongakaka also expensive, going for 40 off for the 4, but recovering well to prevent England from getting a very big total, getting to the psychological barrier of 170. And of course, as Australia proved when they played India, 170 wasn't enough for India to defend. And of course, yeah, I'm going to get back to this because South Africa have now come out to bat. So a reminder that they need exactly 170 runs from 20 overs. And so they're starting at 0 for 0 with 170 remaining. It is Laura Wolvaardt and Tazmin Brits who are coming out. Laura Wolvaardt hasn't been in the best of form, got a golden duck in her last match. And it is Lindsay Smith who will be opening the bowling. So she's going to have to make sure she keeps a very, very tight line, bowl to her field. I would assume that there would be a packed offside field for the right hand of Laura Wolvaardt. Lindsay Smith should be going round the wicket, left arm. It's a tactic that Nat Sciver-Brunt has used with varied success, I would say. So we should be underway. Of course, they are underway between Spain and Austria, goalless after 20 minutes at Los Angeles. So, first ball of South Africa's innings, Lindsay Smith, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Laura Wolvaardt. And that is a shot which is sort of a loose shot, played all the way to cover. So she avoids a golden duck. Second delivery. And this is good bowling from Lindsay Smith, but well played by Wolvaardt down to mid/long off. That'll be a single. And that brings Tazmin Brits on strike. Brits has gotten back into some form, scored a huge century against the Netherlands, an unbeaten century, which is, of course, the highest knock for the tournament. She will face Lindsay Smith. And a fine delivery there, but well defended enough to avoid a possible LBW shout. That might actually have been going down legs. There was no way we're going to appeal for an LBW. But that really had Brits in knots there. And another fine delivery. You can see what Smith is trying to do is sort of use more of an arm ball or vary the grip. So the ball ends up going into the right-handed batsman, sort of staying on. And once again, that is played/defended, and that only finds Sophie Ecclestone down at mid-off. And she does have a really good knack of hitting the stumps with her deliveries, Lindsay Smith. Certainly keeping a tight line, bowling very well, but that last delivery is played all the way down to mid-wicket. There is a fielder there, so that stops them from going for another single. So A sedate start from South Africa. A reminder, they need 170 runs from 20 overs. With 19 remaining, that has now decreased to 168, 2 off the first over. Definitely on the money. And I agree with you on this. I really do. I was all in for Tommy Tuchel before, but aside from our opening performance against Croatia, we've been mediocre at best. And I'm not watching this tournament, but I have been reading stories on BBC Sport. Obviously, you know, a lot of people have been telling me about everything that's happened. And it's just rather ridiculous. And Lauren Bell, of course, bowling now, and almost immediately she has Brits in all sorts of trouble. Well, she certainly hit Brits right in the middle there. She's in pain. Brits playing against England. Just like we had Generally Glasgow playing against Scotland. And, oh, right in the stomach. That has to hurt. I'm not too sure why you called her Dinger Bell, but you agree that was nasty. Second ball of Lauren Bell's over, right arm over the wicket. And Brits is able to recover to play that all the way down to deep in wicket, and they run back for a second. Well done. And this is where Lauren Bell really is key because, as I said earlier, Steve, she hasn't quite been at her best this tournament. Oh, it's a dog. I learned some more. And confirmation, of course, that first score of 114 not out is the highest in the tournament. I'm sure South Africa will love a similar innings from her today. And it's played all the way down to Captain Sciver-Brunt at mid-off. Not ball. I think Amy Jones will also be thinking, she would have been thinking while being back in the pavilion, just what a stupid shot she played to get out as early as she did. Fourth delivery of the over. And that's a short one, and Brits is having to let that go through to Amy Jones, and that is, in fact, called a wide. Oh. Well, I didn't see that, so good observation. Still the fourth delivery of the over. And that is also going to be another wide. And once again, Lauren Bell is struggling with her line. She's struggling with her line. And that is not what you want to see from England's opening seamer. He's cracking a smile there, but wouldn't be too happy if I were in her position. No boundaries conceded, which is perhaps a plus. And the commentator's curse strikes. Tazmin Brits getting onto that and sending that all the way to the long-on boundary. Yes, Belly. As you did in the first over, get it right in her belly. I mean, the first ball, I should say. You could say that was in the slot. She smacked that right down to long on. 8 runs off the over so far. 2 deliveries left. Make that potentially 9 off the over. Yep, just 9. They choose not to run the second. Lindsay Smith cleaning up there at deep mid wicket. And you're absolutely right, Steve. It is very poor bowling from Lauren Bell. So she just hasn't quite been able to get her line right. Why, England have persisted with her when there are some other options like Lauren Filer available, I will never know. Last ball of Lauren Bell's over, still over the wicket. And that is played straight to Alice Capsey at cover, so that's the end of that. 9 runs from the over. South Africa 11 for no runs. And interestingly enough, England were 20 for 1 after 2 overs. First ball of Shabnam Ismail's first over was slapped straight to Anne-Marie Dirksen at point by Amy Jones. But then after that, combination of some good fortune and enterprising play meant that we got 17 from that over. But that was really as good as it got for England in the power play. Lindsay Smith continues. And that is edged behind, and there is no third man. There's no slip, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Tazmin Brits continuing where she left off against the Netherlands, notwithstanding the fact that she also played against Bangladesh. Not the best delivery of that from Lindsay Smith. Wide and asking to be edged on it. And that's a better line, but once again, it evades the fielder, and that'll be another single. And that brings Laura Wolvaardt on strike. And this could potentially be an opportunity for England because, as I mentioned, Wolvaardt hasn't quite been in the best of form, a little bit scratchy, so to speak. And again, a reminder that in this power play period, there are no more than 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle. So, pressure's on you, Lindsay. Got to get your line right. And Wolvaardt coming down the track, but not really connecting with that very well. And it's a single down to mid-wicket. Danni Gibson cleaning up. And you can see that there's a lot of arm in that action of hers from Lindsay Smith. Sort of darting that, really, trying to send that straight. It's always a bit of a risky strategy at times, opening with a spinner if they can't get the line right, and that's another one. Bisecting the point and backward point fielders and going straight to the boundary, and that's already 10 off the over. And South Africa already making hay during this power play. And it's Tazmin Brits once again. Don't forget about Laura Wolvaardt. She wears the number 1 on her jersey, and she is, at the moment, the number 1 batswoman for South Africa. And so what does Nat Sciver-Brunt do? She's already seen the batswomen take a huge toll on the bowlers already. Played onto her foot there by Tazmin Brits. Quite painful. Last delivery. And 2 dot balls to end it. So a nice ending, but still a pretty expensive over. 10 from it. And after 3 overs, South Africa are 21 for no loss, leading 149 more runs. Definitely scattergun. And as I did say, and I'm glad you agree, the likes of Ecclestone and maybe Charlie Dean could unlock this partnership. But again, you see the contrast right now between South Africa's opening bowlers and England's opening bowlers. South Africa's bowlers did a brilliant job in the power play, and they restricted us to 35 for 3 afterwards in the first 6 overs. So far, England's bowlers have not really done very well, and Bell is very lucky to escape with a leg by there, but that goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. It's a dot ball. Of course, though, Laura Wolvaardt is on strike. So we are going to have to see if we are going to get her out cheaply or whether she can play herself back into form, because both she and Brits will have a big role to play if they can get a partnership going. Second delivery from Lauren Bell. And that is better played. And they make a decision to run quickly. I think it's fair to say that Wolvaardt sees her role now as trying to keep the scoreboard ticking and just giving Tazmin Brits more of the strike. So it's a single down to mid-on from Wolvaardt. It is Tazmin Brits, the number 1. And that is once again played all the way down to mid-wicket. That'll be another single. So there is a little bit of sedateness right now, you could say. And she's had a couple of 40s in the tournament against Australia and the Netherlands, but not really done too much after that. And that is a fine shot from Laura Wolvaardt. Past the diving Nat Sciver-Brunt at mid-off, and that goes to the boundary. So I think South Africa have certainly been able to do what England haven't. In addition to scoring runs, they've also been able to keep their wickets intact. So Nat Sciver-Brunt as a captain under pressure. That's a dot ball there, straight to mid-wicket, and Charlie Dean cleaning up. And the win predictor, of course, has South Africa very marginally favourites to win, 51% to 49%. But again, it's still very early days and a lot can change. That's a much better line there from Lauren Bell, and Laura Wolvaardt not really able to get a proper connection with the bat there. Last delivery of the over. And that is well played all the way down to backward point for a single. That means that Laura Wolvaardt will retain the strike. And so after 4 overs, South Africa have exactly the same runs as England scored at that stage. But England lost 2 more wickets. And this 0 here, 0. The wickets that England have gotten, that's a big worry. Of course, I did say that the decision to drop Sophia Dunkley for the returning Sciver-Brunt, in my opinion, was a mistake. I would have picked Heather Knight to be dropped, but the balance of the team had to be maintained. Charlie Dean now coming into the attack very quickly. Over the wicket, off spin, but Laura Wolvaardt comes down the track, gets the line perfectly, and that is another boundary for the South African captain. Now England's vice-captain is under pressure. Perfect opportunity for Laura Wolvaardt to play herself back into form, you would say. And this is another worry because, again, apart from Bell, the only other seamer in the team is Freya Kemp, and that's another attempted shot to long off, but that is well fielded at extra cover. So it's a dot ball. And once again, Wolvaardt going down the track, but only succeeding in guiding that to mid-wicket. Danni Gibson cleaning up with the throw. So South Africa will be very, very pleased indeed with the way they've gone about things. Certainly not losing the wicket has been a very big bonus. England are certainly going to look back on. Ooh, and that was very nearly bowled, but that goes past the wicketkeeper. It will be cut off by Lauren Bell, who throws it back, but the batswoman will still run 2. So that's fine delivery of that from Charlie Dean. I think that will be counted as a bye. 2 byes, in fact. Straight through, but hitting Amy Jones on the glove. I think England can count themselves very unlucky there. And Brits whipping that all the way to Alice Capsey at mid-on. Another single. Owen Morgan there. Another of England's legendary few who have lifted ICC silverware for the nation. And that is played back to the bowler. So after the 5th over, 8 from it, South Africa are 36 for no loss. So it's a very good beginning indeed. South Africa will feel that if they can keep this partnership unbeaten, they could very well put England in all sorts of trouble. So a lot will now rest on the shoulders of England's spinners. We've seen Charlie Dean bowl. Not the best beginning, but she did pick up near the end. And then Sophie Ecclestone. Does Lindsay Smith get a third over after this? Lauren Bell's form has certainly been a very big worry for England. And the only reason why I would think, and I called it, Lindsay Smith does get another over, left arm round the wickets to right-hander Tazmin Brits, who hopes to play a reverse sweep and ends up sending that to to third man, I should say, and that should be cut off, and the batswoman run two. Premeditated shot there. I think she was hoping that she'd get a much better connection on that, but she ended up playing that into the ground, and that prevented it from being 4 runs. And that is lifted all the way to mid-wicket. Well fielded by Danni Gibson, limiting it to just the 2. So England have done a good job in recent of late in this game, just not giving them. Oh man! Another big shot there from Wolvaardt, getting down the track to the left arm spinner and sending that all the way to the long on boundary for 4. So this has been a brilliant partnership in the power play for South Africa. I think, despite England's best efforts with the bat after that dreadful start, it looks as though South Africa could end up running away with this, if this partnership were to continue. Once again going down the track, but she finds the fielder, and the partnership is broken. Lindsay Smith continuing to do what she's doing, tempting Laura Wolvaardt, I should say, to repeat the shot. Didn't get any kind of real connection on that. And that finds Sophie Ecclestone at mid-on, who takes a brilliant diving catch. I mean, not so much a diving catch. She sort of reached up to her wrong side and plucked it out of thin air. What a breakthrough. A much-needed breakthrough, that is. Laura Wolvaardt going for 17 off 15, 3 fours, threatening to get a big score, but she ends up holding out. And South Africa are 43 for 1. Still in a fairly comfortable position in terms of runs scored. But if they lose wickets, then it could be dangerous. And I did call it when I said that Lindsay Smith would get another over. I'm sure they would like another wicket before the end of this power play. Sophie Ecclestone has certainly improved her fielding. And yes, she did say she would be key, but not expected in that way. She has worked a lot, though, on her fitness and her fielding, and I think, that could prove to be an important catch if we go on to win. But, again, there's still a lot of cricket to be played. And listen, if you are watching the game live and listening to my commentary, Steve, let me say thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. So, South Africa captain has had a mixed day so far. Great start in England's power play, but powerless to prevent the Sciver-Brunt-Knight partnership going to a crescendo. Did end up pulling England back to 1 run within 170. Played her part in a pretty good start for South Africa, but just couldn't get the shot right. And even if South Africa do manage to make the final, I do believe the Aussie bowlers will be targeting them. And in fact, she did have her top score of 45 against the Aussies. But since then, it's been a fitful tournament for her. So they're going to target her if South Africa make the final. And as far as we're concerned, Lindsay Smith has 2 balls left. If she does get another wicket, that would be terrific. And I should correct that. It's actually 14.4 overs remaining. Get on it. Get your head in the game now. Top panel. Thank you. It's not exactly top, it's more amateurish, but I do appreciate that. I really do. So, Anne-Marie Dirksen comes in at number 3, also right-handed batsman. Still Lindsay Smith, left arm round. And that is a shot which goes straight to Captain Sciver-Brunt at extra cover. Sophie Ecclestone already into the thick of the action. She will definitely be called on to bowl later. And the same shot played to Sciver-Brunt. So at the end of this rather eventful over, which is the final over of the power play, South Africa are 43 for 1. So this is the end of the bowling power play, and now we get into the period where South Africa are going to look to consolidate. And it's here that England's spinners are going to be key. Ecclestone has bowled herself back into form in this tournament, which is a better sight to see. She did come in for a great deal of criticism, as we all remember, after the Women's Ashes series down under. And of course, that was the death knell for John Lewis and Heather Knight as coach and captain of England, respectively. Charlotte Edwards has since come in as coach. Had no hesitation in making Nat Sciver-Brunt captain. And the recovery is continuing. And it is Ecclestone who comes in, who's actually increased her ranking now to number 3 in the world. 8 wickets in the tournament, left arm round. And Tazmin Brits plays that first ball all the way down to mid-on, just for a single. So Ecclestone should be expected to bowl a bit of a line there, but even that first delivery was sort of worked down to the leg side. So the field's now spread out. I would like to see Sciver-Brunt spread the field and Ecclestone bowl to the field. And that's a fine delivery there. And, oh, that could have been a sensational catch by the vice-captain, Charlie Dean, reaching to her left and very nearly grabbing that with her wrong hand. But she just couldn't hold on to it. Anne-Marie Dirksen there. Well, it did almost nestle in her hand, but I think the fact that she was off balance meant that she just couldn't hold on to it. And Brits makes her pay with a fine shot, but thankfully Charlie Dean atones for that drop catch by cutting down the runs from 4 to 1. So 3 singles already off Ecclestone's over. And yes, I remember she did criticise her fitness, but since then she has been quite complimentary about the cricket they've played, according to a recent BBC Sport article. I might share that if I get time. And that is nicely played all the way down to deep extra cover, but once again, that'll only be a single. And basically what Lindsay Smith did was pitch the wicket ball a bit shorter than the previous one, which went for 4. And Wolvaardt hoping to repeat that shot, but only finding Ecclestone. And a shout for an LBW. Could very well be that it was pitched too far outside the off stump, or she got a bit of bat onto that. But that's a dot ball. Very nearly an amazing catch. A bit of pain there, you could say, for Sophie. Last ball of the first over of Sophie Ecclestone, and that is another dot ball played to backward point. And so an important over this for England. No boundaries conceded. But South Africa still reasonably comfortable in terms of not losing too many wickets. And I'm just going to look for that article right now, so that I can share it next time we break. It's there. England playing their best cricket in years. Matthew Henry, our old friend. And a huge update from the World Cup. Spain have taken a 1-0 lead over Austria. Mikel Oyarzabal with a goal on 36 minutes, assisted by the cuckoo himself, Mark Cucurella. So as it stands, Spain will be going through to the last 16, but there are still 45 minutes left to play. So anything can happen. And of course, Austria and Algeria did play out that remarkable 3-3 draw, which sent Iran packing. Controversial, it must be said. Freya Kapp now to the attack. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Anneli Dirksen. And that's popped in the air, but there is no cover fielder there. I think Charlie needs an extra cover, so that's going to be another single. And Freya Kapp coming in will be interesting. She doesn't bowl the opening overs. She can take wickets, and you can see there that was a sort of an attempted slower ball, decent line, and there needed to be a cover fielder. Charlie Dean, extra cover, couldn't do anything about it. Over the wicket. Got to get her lines right. And Brits once again plays that down to square leg. And Lindsay Smith running in saying, that's all you're going to get, ladies. I think it's fair to say that England really need to develop a little bit more in terms of their seam options. They do have Issy Wong, who I don't think has gotten the game to play in this tournament. And that is high in the air, and that's gone. And it's Anneli Dirksen attempting to play an aerial shot, trying to go high, but not really connecting with that well. And Freya Kapp gets a wicket. (49 for 2) with a few balls remaining. Not really getting any connection of that, only finding Heather Knight at point. And Freya Kapp's bowling was on point, and Dirksen doesn't get any points for that shot. South Africa, 49 for 2, with 12.3 overs remaining. Still need another 121 runs. France are the team to beat, but again, you cannot overlook Argentina, and this France team could have some issues defensively, so it will remain to be seen how they fare against teams coming up. And of course, Martin Kemp will be pleased. I was actually thinking more of Gary Kemp, the songwriter for Spandau Ballet. I think they were both in the same band, if memory serves me right. Tony Hanley, of course, being the lead singer with the soulful voice. And in comes Marizanne Kapp, all-rounder. Bats at number 4, bowls brilliantly as an opening bowler. Definitely one of South Africa's stars this morning, and she will have a big role to play with the Willow. Freya Kapp continuing over the wicket to the right-handed Kapp. And Kapp succeeds in guiding that down all the way to short fine leg, and Lauren Bell runs in and says the single's all you're going to get. And so once again, it's a slower ball, which is kind of, this time around, this was pitched on middle and leg, and Dirksen was hoping to get onto that, but thankfully for Charlie Dean, that drop catch of the same batswoman didn't prove costly. 2 balls left from Freya Kapp's first over, and that's a good line, and Tazmin Brits doesn't really play at that. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, Amy Jones. But that single from Kappy does bring up the South African 50. And after a fine start, they've been pegged back a little bit. Yes, the Kemp brothers. Oh, they were the craze before Spandau Ballet. That's right. Well done. You know your music, Steve. I always give you credit for that. A single played down there to short fine leg, and certainly they took the premeditated decision to run that single. And at the end of that over, an eventful over, it has to be said, South Africa are 51 for 2. And so they have been pegged back immensely now, because the run rate is now not even 7 and over. That much is true, definitely. And certainly your knowledge is gold. For sure. Nice piece of trivia. Tony Hanley was one of the many singers when Live Aid first recorded We Are the World back in 1984, if memory serves me. Sophie Ecclestone back into the attack, and her first ball is played down to mid-off / long off for a single. And of course, Marizanne Kapp on strike is also one of the choices for player of the tournament, along with Smriti Mandana, Danni, Wyatt-Hodge, and Denise Perry. So do please go and vote. And that's another fine delivery from Sophie Ecclestone. She has a pretty quick run up and a very high arm action, which brings it down. So, you know, I mean, she does bring it down from a big height. So it is not easy to, you know, take her in. And she comes in from very close to the wicket as well, and very well fielded there at backward point. But despite that, they do run for a single. Marizanne Kapp, they're playing that, but because of the slight misfield from Danni and Wyatt-Hodge, they decide to run a single, and that is Tazmin Brits, and it goes beyond the fielder. Can Lindsay Smith prevent the ball from going to the boundary? Yes, she does. Well done. But the South Africans could run for 3. And yes, they do. So this is good bowling from Ecclestone. Maybe that was slightly short, but that was well placed by Brits there, sensing the gap at point. Lindsay Smith doing the basics right and limiting it to 3 instead of 4. And Marizanne Kapp plays that all the way down to deep square leg. That'll be just a single. But it's been quite some time since they had a boundary. Probably a few, at least 10 balls since then. Could have had 1 2 balls ago, but there's some brilliant fielding by Lindsay Smith. Last ball of Ecclestone's first over, and hoping to send that down to the boundary, but Alice Capsey cleaning that up at long on, and that's going to be just a single. So 7 runs off the over. South Africa 58 for 2. After 9. They need another 112. So clearly Ecclestone's performing her role very well, certainly in terms of, you know, keeping a tight line, not really allowing the batswomen to play their shots. And of course, with the field being spread out, I don't think South Africa have been able to find the boundary as easily. Yes, it was. Yeah, that's right. Do they know it's Christmas? Not We Are the World. Mental flatulence as usual from me, and it's kind of hard to sometimes remember my details when I'm trying to commentate on the cricket. You've known me long enough to know that that's sort of the way I am. And you're not going to get an LBW shout if you pitch outside leg stump, Freya. Don't even think about it. Nice one. And Nat Sciver-Brunt opting against a review, and rightly so. Tazmin Brits there ending up not quite playing that, but again, no chance of an LBW shout from Freya Kapp. Still left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Brits, and she's cramping them for room, and I see what she's trying to do there, and it does seem to be quite effective. Almost shades of Alan Mullally in her action there. And she certainly varies her pace very well, about 20 kilometres an hour difference between her faster and slower deliveries. Still over the wicket. And you know what? If she's going to bowl that line, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for Nat Sciver-Brunt to have a more packed leg side field. I mean, it's fine limiting them to, you know, singles and, you know, dot balls if you're lucky. But if they consolidate, then who's to say that they won't be able to hit out in the later overs? 3 balls left, 3 balls bowled. It's not either or, it's both. And Merv Hughes found that out to his detriment when he tried asking the late Harold Dennis Bird that question. Dickie setting him right by saying, Better shut your mouth, Mlaba, or I'll no-ball you for being a smart aleck. Lord rest his soul. The bird having flown to heaven, as Steve brilliantly said. 2 deliveries to go, and that is a fine line there. I do like the way she's mixing up her line a little bit, trying to decide when to, cramp the batsman through and when to try to attack the off stuff. And of course, if you can bowl across, it's always desired. And you can see the win predictor now has England with an 80% chance of winning. But I'll tell you what, even though it's the halfway stage and South Africa only have about 60-odd runs, there is nothing to suggest that this match is over or even in England's favour by any means. And that is a fine shot played there by Tazmin Brits, but once again, that finds the deep square leg fielder. That's only going to be a single. 5 runs from the over. South Africa are 63 for 2. And so this is going to be definitely a very interesting period because now the run rate has increased to well above 10 and over. Now, of course, Australia had no problems being able to overhaul England's total. And I think it was Elise Perry who said that she, Ashley Gardner, and a few of the other batsmen had a strategy to attack the first 2 balls of the overs of the Indian bowlers and then take it from there. But what you can see right now is England's attack, especially the spinners, are a lot more, street smart, basically. And so despite having statistically the 2 best bowlers in the tournament, India were not really able to bowl Australia out. It's Charlie Dean back into the attack. Right arm off spin from over the wicket. And Tazmin Brits slaps that all the way to long off for a much welcome boundary to begin the second half of their innings. Love the swerve. He was frightening, you could say, but off the field, he was a bit of a gentle giant. And like many other Aussies during his time, he loved his drink. And that's a dot ball to recover. Brits hoping to play that back beyond the bowler, but it goes along the ground. We love the lionesses. We miss our football fixers. Go on, England, hit some sixes. Well, Tazmin Brits very lucky that that air shot played to mid-wicket doesn't find a fielder. Which brings Marizanne Kapp on strike. And as I said, Kapp will have a big role to play alongside Tazmin. Both of these players, of course, very experienced. So I wonder if it'll be deja vu with 2 experienced batswomen consolidating to the detriment of the bowlers. Charlie Dean has the... Oh, that's played in the air, and that's out. Well, I was saying that Marizanne Kapp would have a role to play, but Charlie Dean does have a knack of striking with wickets at the best possible time. And that puts South Africa in a little bit of trouble. Having said that, South Africa do still have Tazmin Brits at the crease. But if she starts to run out of partners, it'll be very difficult. And hoping to play that on the leg, but only succeeding in slicing that to extra cover. And a gleeful England captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt, saying, thank you very much indeed, Marizanne. South Africa are 68 for 3. Marizanne Kapp gone for 5 off 7. And Steve, if you're watching this, I hope you're enjoying this. I think we did agree that the spinners would have a big role to play. And it's looking good, but we're going to have to see who comes in. They've already lost Dirksen, they've lost Kapp, and they've got Sune Loose coming in the middle order, followed by Nadine de Klerk, the all-rounder Chloe Tryon, and then the wicketkeeper and the bowlers. So England know what they have to do. They know what they have to do. Come on, Indy. And I was, of course, hoping to get my South African friend to come on, but he isn't here. And it is Sune Loose who comes in, the former skipper who captained the Lady Proteas in the 2022 tournament, led them to the final. And, of course, she replaces Danni van Niekerk in the team, who also missed out on being a part of that squad. And Loose gets off the mark with a single there and a slight misfield from Danny Gibson, but doesn't really cost very much. So 6 runs off the over and a wicket. And it means that South Africa are now 69 for 3 with 9 overs remaining. They need exactly 101 runs. So the run rate has now increased to 11 and over that they need. And so the bigger the pressure that the spinners will put on these batswomen, the more they will feel the need to start hitting out. But Tazmin Brits is still unbeaten. It is, of course, half-time at Los Angeles, and Spain are 1-0 up. But as promised, Steve, I think I will, share this article very, very soon. I'm still going for England to win, but everyone's saying Australia have the edge. And it is Danni Gibson coming into the attack, and this is going to be interesting. An all-rounder, of course, who bowls medium pace. Taken 5 wickets in the tournament. And so she gets to bowl to Sune Luce, the new batswoman. And that's attempted edge and a miss there from the former skipper. Tazmin Brits has played well so far, but she is stranded for the moment on 39 from 36. She will not want to lose any more partners. Could be. Second ball from Danni Gibson. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Sune Luce, who plays that all the way to cover. That'll be a single. Surely, of course, got off the mark. And now the significance of them getting 70 for 3 at this stage is that with 100 off 52 balls required, the run rate is now nearly 2 runs a ball, nearly 12 and over. And I'll tell you one lady cricketer who is related to some other sportsmen, Orla Prendergast. Both her brothers are rugby players. Both play for Leinster, and I do believe that both of them are Ireland internationals. Dot ball there for Tazmin Brits. Fielded at point. So 151. Brits is now going to have to pick her shots and try and start hitting out. But then a few boundaries, and that will put the bowlers back under pressure. But Gibson has bowled very well so far. And that's a big shot played down to deep mid-wicket. And once again, I had to open my big fat mouth. A welcome boundary there for Tazmin Brits. You could say that the ball from Gibson was a little bit short. Sitting up, asking to be hit. Tazmin saying, yes, please. So once again, it's Brits with the hits and Charlie Dean unable to stop that from going over the boundary. Another fine shot there, but that should be fielded, and that will only be a single. Freya Kapp doing some fine work there at extra cover. Still 95 from 49. The run rate is slowly but surely creeping up to 12 and over. And when I say run rate, I mean required run rate. So England not going to mind conceding an odd boundary, although they certainly would not be happy with that. An attempted shot from Sune Luce. It ends up being 4 byes down to third man. Well, attempting to play at that, missing that, and completely blindsiding the wicketkeeper, Amy Jones. And there's no protection down that third man area, so 10 runs off the over. And that takes South Africa to 79 for 3 with 8 overs remaining. And they still need another 91 runs. So they are not out of the woods by any means yet. Please. Not out of the woods yet by any means. Not too sure they're related, mind you. Mel's an Aussie, but see where you're coming from. And that means Ecclestone's back into the attack. She's bowled quite well, conceding mainly singles, 11 off 2. And once again, that's going to be another single, as expected, played down to mid-wicket from Tazmin Brits. She moves to 45 off 40 now. And I think she'll be hoping to maybe get a century, but more importantly, she is going to have to start hitting out. And she is now second in the run table behind Danni Wyatt-Hodge. Darcy Carter and Smriti Mandana no longer in the tournament, of course. And that's a dot ball from Sune Luce, played back to Ecclestone. And that is nicely swept all the way to square leg by the former South African captain. But Freya Kapp cleaning up and with a fine throw to boot. So we are seeing highlights of Tazmin Brits' brilliant innings at Bristol against the Dutch. Smacking the ball to almost all areas, 114 not out of 69 deliveries, and hoping to try to get that away, but only finding the backward point fielder, Heather Knight. And Nat Sciver-Brunt enjoying the bowling and enjoying the fielding. It now means that with 89 off 44, the run rate has officially crept to above 12 and over. 2 runs off every ball. Sadly, that's not going to be a boundary with Charlie Dean doing some work there at long off, I should say. Yeesh, dreadful mistake. But so far, it's 3 runs from the over. And this is really good stuff as far as England are concerned. And Lewis once again sweeping that, but only finding the deep mid-wicket fielder, Danny Gibson. And so after 13 overs, 4 from the over, South Africa 83 for 3, needing another 87 runs from 7 overs. The run rate now, well over 12. And this is also going to be quite key because, again, at this particular stage, South Africa are going to have to start thinking about taking a few risks. But Nat Sciver-Brunt does have some very good bowling options at her disposal. If she does, however, decide to bring Charlie Dean back into the attack, then it could be that they will look to take some risks against her, go down the track. In fact, it's Lauren Bell who comes back into the attack. Bit of a surprising decision. 16 off her 2 overs so far. And it's Lauren Bell with the skip in her run-up. Right arm over the wicket to Sune Luce. And that's played all the way to backward point. And Heather Knight saying, don't even think about it. Not a very loose shot, but some outstanding on-point fielding. And Hanno coming back saying our batting is horrible. I think aside from Tazmin Brits, no other batswoman has really stood up to be counted so far. So it could very well be that Tazmin Brits will play another big innings, but it might not be enough. Second delivery. And once again, hoping to play that to extra cover, which she does, and they decide to run for a single. So basically, whoever comes in for South Africa has this edict. Get a single and get Tazmin on strike. Sharp throw there from Charlie Dean, but Tazmin Brits dives home brilliantly. Having said that, had that been a direct hit, Brits would have been left in bits. And it's another single. Tazmin and Brits not really able to get a proper connection onto that, and that ends up going to the short fine leg region, and Amy Jones is able to field that. So Brits is still stuck on 47. She needs 3 for a 50, but unless South Africa are able to get a move on, I don't think it'll be enough. 2 singles so far of Lauren Bell's third over, so it does seem to be a decent decision. And as soon as I say that, it's a shot played over the top, and the batsmen run for 2. So Sune Luce is now starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm. Not very quick, I should say. And she was actually brought back into the team at the expense of Danni van Niekerk, who hasn't really been in the best of form. But unless Sune Luce can really, get her motor going, it might not prove to have been the best decision. But then hindsight will always be 2020. 2 balls left. And once again, that's played nicely down, and that is a boundary for Sune-Loose. Right between mid-wicket and long on, and that will do her confidence a world of good. South Africa need that and a lot more. Just 8 runs from the over so far. Short, sitting up, and Sune-Loose able to put her bottom hand through that and play that well. Nobody was getting there. Huge gap you can see between long on and deep mid wicket. She pierced that. And that's high in the air. Will that be caught? Another brilliant catch from Sophie Ecclestone, running back and taking that catch. And finally, Lauren Bell gets a wicket. I think Sune-Loose got a little bit excited there with the prospect of maybe an extra shot. But all she succeeded in doing was finding a leading edge, the top edge, and Sophie Ecclestone running back at short fine leg, taking that catch magnificently. And now South Africa are 91 for 4, with 6 overs remaining, needing another 79 more runs. And unless a miracle happens, it could be all over for the Lady Proteas. Just in time. And of course, at this juncture, now that we have a break, Steve, I am going to share this article with you right now. Alex Hartley, I should say, rather, saying that England have been playing a lot better. Add to the stage. Yes, our old friend, Matt Henry. Former spinner Alex Hartley saying that England are playing their best cricket for years, and she's very confident about their chances in today's semi-final, and with good reason, I should say. 5 wins from 5 in Group 2 with some impressive performances, but they haven't won a World Cup since 2017, faltering in underwhelming fashion in 5 knockout matches across those 9 years. 32-year-old Hartley saying they look very good, and I don't want to put the mockers on them. Further speaking to Test Match Special, she said, I'm going into the semi-finals nervous because we haven't seen them under pressure, and it's where England have crumbled in recent times, failing over the last 3 or 4 years, including on 2 consecutive occasions against South Africa. But sadly, Hannah, third time is the charm for England, not for South Africa. They piled up 219 for runs against Sri Lanka on the opening night of the tournament before a nervy 4-wicket win over Ireland. Nat Sciver-Brunt injuring her calf, of course. But since then, England have built momentum before the semi-finals by beating Scotland, the West Indies and New Zealand. Danni Wyatt-Hodge is the tournament's leading run scorer. Charlie Dean has been a fine stand-in captain for Sciver-Brunt. And Charlotte Edwards appears to have brought a calm steel to the dressing room. The best England team I've seen for a few good years, says Hartley. I've been so impressed with them. Every base seems to be covered. They've got one of the best bowling attacks in the world. Certainly the spinners. Danni Wyatt-Hodge in the form of her life. South Africa, of course, finished second in Group 1 behind Australia. And while the Proteas have beaten England in the side's past 2 semi-final meetings, as I've said this time around, it's not going to be third time lucky for the Proteas, but the third time will be the charm for England. And of course, South Africa were quite unconvincing through much of the group stage. So, the same lady who was critical of England a long time ago, not too long ago, I should say, now is quite happy with the way they're playing. And I'm glad you agree, Steve. It's a fine catch. At this rate, Marizanne, it's going to take a miracle to come back because they do still have Tazmin Brits not out. She hasn't yet reached her 50. But there is, of course, a new batswoman coming in. And her edict will now be to let Brits have the strike. 79 off 36, over 12 and over. More than 2 runs a ball, it'll be difficult. And Charlie Dean will come back into the attack. Tazmin Brits, of course, will be the batswoman on strike. She needs 3 runs for a half century. And she's able to guide that down to third man. That should reach the boundary, and it does. So no protection in that third man area. And a short raise of the bat, maybe or maybe not from Tazmin Brits. I don't think she's bothering to raise her bat because she knows that South Africa still have a long way to go. So Tazmin Brits playing herself back into form at the best possible time. Charlie Dean has a knack of conceding a boundary earlier on, but then picking up a wicket. And it's history repeating itself. You can take Charlie Dean for a boundary, but she comes back at you with a fury. South Africa 95 for 5. Tazmin Brits trying to go down the track, but not getting any connection. An ugly slice, very similar to the way Heather Knight got out. And it's the England captain gleefully claiming that wicket. And it could very well be all over for the Lady Proteas. 51 off 45 with 4 sixes for Tazmin Brits, but it won't be enough. South Africa, 95 for 5 with less than 6 overs remaining. And it could very well be all over, bar the shouting. Wrote that book, Fly Fishing. Might have to check that out. Well, it might not be all over bar the shouting because Chloe Tryon has come into the team. And she will definitely try to get her scoring on. But she is a powerful hitter, right-handed, despite being a left-arm spinner. And certainly Hanno knows how well she can play. Charlie Brown is definitely no clown. She has been outstanding this tournament. And Tryon gets off the mark with a single down to mid-wicket. And once again, England's fielding has been on point. They've stopped the ones from becoming twos. A reminder, of course, of this wicket. Lauren Bell accounting Sune loose with a fine catch taken by Sophie Ecclestone. She might not have taken any wickets, but her fielding has been outstanding. And then Charlie Dean nabbing the top scorer Brits. Nadine de Klerk now faces her first ball, and she will be uncomfortable. Nadine de Klerk, bowling earlier today, was taken to the cleaners. And now she's got a dreadfully hard task of trying to take South Africa home with the bat. And do South Africa run for 2? No, thank you. And some excellent work from Sophie Ecclestone prevents an overthrow, I should say. And certainly Charlie Dean, her hallmark is being very quick through the air, an average speed of 84 kilometers an hour. A very quick spinner, one of the quickest since 2023. Sophie Ecclestone is also quite quick. Oh, yes, Yellow Pages. I remember quite a few of those advertisements, by the way, Steve. Certainly there are a few of them that stick in my mind. I think the fly fishing one isn't one that I easily recollect. I might be back in the day, but there were a few that really do stick in my head. And it is, of course, the end of the over, over number 15. And South Africa, of course, 98 for 5 with 5 overs remaining, needing another 72. Run rate now increased to 14.4. And thank you for refreshing my memory. As I said, I do remember a few would stick out in my mind. The fly fishing one is not really one of them. But those Yellow Pages advertisements, classic. TV at their best. So Freya Kent back into the attack, sort of a cross-seam bowler over the wicket to Chloe Tryon. And all she can do is succeed in playing that to backward point. And you've got to say right now that Nat Sciver-Brunt has literally had an inspired game as captain today. So the only question is, what will the margin of victory be? Will be by a number of runs. Just how many? And that should be called a wide, but no, it isn't. I think the batswomen can review that. Maybe Jackie Williams thinking that, Tryon played that. And that has to be called a wide, otherwise it's a wicket. Once again, over the wicket. Tryon again plays that. This time she succeeds in sending that down to deep cover. That would be a single. And that single brings up... No, it doesn't bring up the 100 yet. Charlie Dean is now on 9 wickets for England. Sophie Molyneux is the leading current wicket taker with 10. The other leading wicket takers are all out of the tournament. 99 for 5. They need a single for the 100, but I don't think there'll be any move to celebrate. And they're looking for the 100, but Nadine de Klerk once again finding Heather 9. And this is good stuff from Freya Kemp. She's keeping the line, a sort of a tighter line. And whenever the batswomen try to play, all they succeed in doing is finding the field. And you can see a lot of glum faces in the South African part of the pavilion. The slower ball there. That is played down to cover. Charlie Dean running across to gather that. And that is the 100 up for South Africa. Muted applause. But with 70 to get off 25 balls, they know that it is far too little and far too late. I'm glad you agree with me. That was a wide. So a bit of a mistake there from Jacqueline Williams. Pretty poor stuff. But last ball of the over. And I think that's going to be a leg by, which goes for a single. Excellent throw from Lauren Bell, which hits the stumps, but not really... not really worthwhile in the scheme of things. Having said that, though, 16 overs gone. 4 overs remaining. We can now actually limit this down. We should have limited this to 24 balls remaining. Needing another 69 more runs. And unless one of these players pulls off an IPL-style innings, or if they both come up with an IPL-style partnership, this match is dead and buried. It has to be said. Yep. And England could win this match. Whether or not they will win it all remains to be seen. So, Steve, if you do get down, I hope you will, because we will have an England team in the World Cup final as Charlie Dean comes back to bowl her final over. Sent all the way down to mid/long on for a single. And you just wonder in that South African squad whether it's going to be the last hurrah for many of their veteran players. And fine shot there from Nadine de Klerk, which actually goes past 2 fielders. It's going to be cut off. They could have run for 3, but they decided no sirree. But still, 66 off 22. The run rate is now 18 and over. 3 a ball. All over bar the shot. And even if Chloe Tryon can get a few hits, a few big hits for 6, I think it's going to be really academic. And so Charlie Dean goes around the wicket, hoping to trap the batsman off the room. And de Klerk ends up sort of playing that hurriedly to mid-wicket for another single. Back over the wicket to Chloe Tryon, who certainly hits that, and hits that very well indeed. I did say she's a very good batswoman lower down the order and can definitely, hit. I just wonder if that's come too late as she slaps that all the way to the deep extra cover boundary. Fine shot. Dean dropping it short. And so that's not really the type of line she wants to bowl. And she ends up changing her angle, going round the wicket. Does Tryon look to try and hook her down the leg side? No, she plays a similar fine shot, but that will be... Oh, no, it actually goes through Lindsay Smith for another boundary at long off. Well, this is very poor stuff from Charlie Dean, and the fielding isn't any better. I did say that it was all over the shouting, but there's still some shouting, and what they're saying to me, shouting, is it's not over. The final ball is played all the way down to short fine leg. So 12 off the over. And the significance of that dot ball is that Nadine de Klerk will be back on strike. 18 balls remaining. 57 more runs. Still 3 runs a ball. So effectively, South Africa are going to need more than a few hefty boundaries. But I'll tell you what, with Chloe Tryon at the crease, as unlikely as it may be, it is not impossible. Not by any means. So Sophie Ecclestone comes back into the attack, and she will have an edict to stop the flow of runs. And she ends up conceding a fine hit all the way down to the cover boundary before. And so Nadine de Klerk is saying, you know what? It's not over. We are going to make a fist of it. Slightly short, went down the track, no real protection down, and that spins and goes all the way almost to point. So South Africa will be thinking a few more of those, please. And Freya Kemp saying, well, tragically, there was an opportunity for a run out there. In the end, it becomes a dot ball. De Klerk slapped that and was halfway down the track, but then ended up saying no, and that throw from Freya Kemp needed to be on target. It needed to be on target. And that's a better delivery, a more intelligent delivery, really. Going down leg, and de Klerk playing that down to short fine leg. And that's a single. However, that brings Chloe Tryon on strike. Don't talk too soon. There is still some way to go. And you're right, that is poor fielding. The commentators curse. Ecclestone strikes. And that's the end of Chloe Tryon. I said it wasn't over, but now it should be. Wonderful delivery, that. Arm ball at work. Pitched on middle. Smacking leg. Tryon going for the sweep, but completely missing it. 118 for 6. With 14 balls remaining. What can South Africa do now? Get in, Sophie. Absolutely. And that's another thing that's certainly going to make Alex Hartley very happy, because Sophie obviously was, the person who bore the brunt of her criticism. But she has since worked hard and gotten herself a lot fitter, bowling really well. And, it's all the better for England, it has to be said. The wicketkeeper, Sinalo Japta, gets off the mark with a prod down to extra cover. And that brings Nadine de Klerk back on strike. Sort of a cross-batted sweep there from Chloe Tryon, completely missing it. You're absolutely right, Moyadeen. They are not coming back. And that's played all the way down to Freya Kemp and cover. $119 for 6 now, with 12 balls remaining. Needing another 51 more runs. I don't even think you'll get this sort of innings in the Women's Premier League. Maybe in the 100th, given that you've got men and women playing. Charlie Dean, Sophie Ecclestone, 52 runs between them from their 8 overs. Outstanding. Lauren Bell coming back into the attack and snagging an important wicket. Sune loose. And she gets to bowl her final over, which is going to be the 19th of this innings. Right arm over the wicket to Sinalo Japta. A premeditated attempt to play a paddle sweep behind the wicketkeeper, completely missing it. She bats quite low down the order, does Jafta, but she certainly can be very nimble between the wickets and can certainly keep the scoreboard ticking. Maybe she has a few shots in. Who knows? Well, that's certainly not one of them. A waft and a miss there. A sort of an air swing, if you will. And thanks for the update. Spain are currently 2-0 up. I'm not too sure who the goal scorer is. And as you said, great stuff from Sophie Ecclestone, and Spain should be going through comfortably in the end unless Austria can pull a rabbit out of the hat. And what more can you say? Everything that could go right is going right. Danni Wyatt-Hodge, very unlucky not to be able to get a start with the bat today, but a brilliant piece of fielding from backward point. Is it backward point? Yes, it is backward point. Direct hit, Jaffa sent back, and run out. Well, it looks as though she will get a chance to hit the 300 mark for the tournament, thanks in no small part to that magnificent piece of fielding. And so without adding to the scorers very much, Jafta goes for 1, South Africa 119 for 7, with 9 balls remaining. And you can see the South African fans, some of them are starting to exit the stadium. Not very poor. I mean, it is quite poor stuff, really. At least this lady is still waving the flag quite high, although it is upside down. Another one does indeed bite the dust. Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. And another one's gone. And another one's gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, we're going to bowl them now. Another one bites the dust. Woo! Boom, boom, boom. Wyatt-Hodge plays that onto her foot. And that's another dot ball. So a wicket maiden potentially for this fair maiden. Danni Wyatt-Hodge having one of the final words. Couldn't quite get going with the bat today, but that's her perfect revenge. Charlotte Edwards, along with her coaching staff, are all smiles. Wyatt-Hodge trying to fend that, and it inadvertently gets off the mark with a boundary. England are not going to mind that one bit. They are home and dry. And ending up getting the full face of the bat onto that shot and sending that all the way down to third man. Tried to back away. Now, I'm not too sure why that run-up was aborted. Nadine de Klerk dropping her bat. Pretty poor sportsmanship in a way, but or sportswomanship, if you will. But now Lauren Bell can crack a smile, and why not? And yeah, that was poor from Nadine de Klerk. I'm sorry to say that. Ridiculous. I mean, you see she got a smile on her face there. Quite shameless, if you ask me. And Belly finishes with a wicket. Smacking Wyatt-Hodge's stumps. 123 for 8 now with 6 balls remaining. So the challenge is, will England bowl South Africa out? I know you did call an England-Australia final, but you are going to have to admit, Hanno, 123 for 8, Kaka going for that lone boundary, and you were a little bit cocky about the prospect of South Africa beating England in the 3rd consecutive semi-final. You did get it right when you say that South Africa would be batting second, but I remember saying that maybe England spinners would have a role to play, and they performed it to perfection. So, an Ashes final for the World T20 Women's World Cup. that will be something to savor as Shabnam Ismail comes out to join Nadine de Klerk at the wicket. And no, he is not full of it. In fact, he is a little bit deflated, but it is what it is, I'm afraid. Sadly, no sign of my other South African friend. He wasn't able to make it. And it is, of course, Lindsay Smith who will bowl her final over. She started, so she shall finish. A little tribute to the legend that is Magnus Magnusson and Mastermind. And decent shot played there by Nadine de Klerk. Bisects the point and backward point fielders, but only 2 runs. A nice slower ball there. Kaka hoping to go for a sweep, but completely missing it. I mean, not even a sweep, just an expansive shot, but completely missing it. 99 times out of 100, a tailender would miss that. And that's high in the air from Nadine de Klerk. Got the sweep. Unfortunately, she was able to hit it into the vacant mid-wicket area. Danny Gibson covering. I think you can tell that Nat Sciver-Brunt wants to see them take the final 2 wickets in this over. I'll tell you what, this has been an absolutely professional performance, defending a total of 169. Nat Sciver-Brunt, for me, is my choice of player of the match for a brilliant innings and some fine captaincy. But a large number of people have stood up and made themselves counted. Smith still going over the wicket, and Ismail, a left-handed batswoman, plays that down to mid-wicket. So she bowls right-arm pace and bats left-handed. A little bit like Jimmy Anderson or Curtly Ambrose. Ben Hilton-House being another one. Round the wicket still to Nadine de Klerk, who only succeeds in playing that behind to short fine leg. That's a dot ball. Two balls left. That's high in the air, but it dropped short of Charlie Dean at long off. Not that England are going to mind one bit. So South Africa avoid getting bowled out, but aside from that, they can't really take any real consolation. Second best all the way through, and I think Laura Wolvaardt will have to look back on this and say that she got a lot of things wrong in the field, and with the bat, she just wasn't quite able to get it over the line. But still one ball to go. Will this be Shabnam Ismail's final ball in T20 cricket? And she does play that all the way to the backward square leg fielder, but that completes a magnificent win for England, needing another 41 more runs, but they have run out of balls, they've run out of time. England comprehensively winning this match by 40 runs and sealing their place, deservedly so, in the final. Banner has just been prepared. England beat South Africa by 40 runs, and they will play Australia in the T20 World Cup final on Sunday. Hannah, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, that was just a bunch of, gobbledygook or waffle. When we did the predictions, it's England versus Australia. Didn't think that South Africa would qualify for the final, and truth be told, we didn't deserve to. Hannah's soccer team is, of course, Chelsea in the English Premier League and Bafana Bafana, the South African national team, who, of course, lost to Canada in the round of 32, and now the cricket team have failed to reach the final. And I'm sorry, Hannah, but Steve's absolutely right. And so you can see contrast of emotions. South Africa absolutely disconsolate. Danni van Niekerk there. Will this be her international farewell? Not selected to play today. Hard to see whether or not she would have made a difference. Lauren Bell coming back after a pretty ordinary start with 2 wickets late on. Could very well be that England have become fast masters at taking late wickets instead of taking them early on. So you have 2 national teams. Steve and I, of course, have one national team. We're both English, so we root for England. But based on our performances since the Croatia game, I don't see us getting very far, never mind winning this World Cup. But again, another reminder, South Africa needed 170 runs to win, but they could only get 129 for 8. The lone star, of course, was Tazmin, Brits with a fine 50 at the top of the order, but no one else really contributing. Wolvaardt with 17, Lewis with 11, de Klerk with 14, Tryon with 12. No one really giving her the support that she needed. And that partnership between Wolvaardt and Brits at the top was really the highlight of their innings. A couple of 20s in between, but nothing really substantial. And you've got to say that the England bowlers did a brilliant job in, tying them down, not really allowing them to get any kind of headway, and they ended up, doing their job to perfection. Sophie, Ecclestone and Charlie Dean conceding 52 runs between them and taking 3 wickets from their 8 overs. Wonderful stuff from both of them. Freya Kemp as well, big up to her. Applause to her for 1 off 11 off 3 overs. Lauren Bell coming back after a pretty ordinary start to take 2 wickets. And that's pretty much the whole story. South Africa, 129 for 8 in reply to England's 169 for 5. Natalie Sciver-Brunt, the star with 75. Heather Knight providing able support to her predecessor. To her successor as England captain, I should say, with 58. And both of them combining for an absolutely brilliant partnership of 133, which, believe it or not, is the same as their combined total of runs. Nonkululeko Mlaba doing her bit with 2 for 25 off 4. 2 wickets in that final over. But it's got to be said that tactically, Laura Wolvaardt got a lot of things wrong. I think she was banking on Marizanne, Kapp and Shabnam Ismail to try and, continue the excellent start. But the backup bowlers, the spinners, they just weren't really effective enough. And so England ended up, being deserved winners, beating South Africa, of course, by 40 runs, and they will play Australia in Sunday's final. And, of course, I don't think there is any real controversy over who the player of the match should be. It definitely has to go to the England captain for a fine innings, but mention there has to be made of her predecessor, Heather Knight, who provided brilliant support. And it was that partnership which you could say made it a little bit harder for South Africa. And I was saying, and Steve was agreeing with me, that a score of 160 or preferably 170 could prove competitive. And England's bowlers and fielders, to a lady, to a woman, stuck to their task magnificently, and they got their well-deserved reward. It'll be an Ashes clash on Sunday at Lord's. You do not want to miss this. And of course, Australia and England are the only 2 unbeaten teams in the competition. Both teams qualifying as group winners with perfect records of played 5, won 5. It's now played 6, won 6. They've not played each other, of course, but one of these teams will lose their unbeaten record on Sunday. I hope it'll be Australia, but the form book will have them as slight favourites. Let us not count out England, though. They will want to keep their streak of winning every single ICC Women's World Tournament that they've hosted. And one of the things which I don't like about, my broadcast is that it goes back to the studio every now and then, and sometimes they get the timing completely wrong when it comes to going back to the presentation ceremony. I pretty much called it. The player of the match should be Nat Sciver-Brunt for her brilliant innings of 75 and her inspired captaincy. she was, of course, pretty much the one who, along with Heather Knight, took England to a competitive total. And as it stands, it was that partnership which took the match away from South Africa, because England's bowlers in the middle overs were absolutely on fire and on point. We've got plenty more comments. Obviously, Hanno's saying not really upset, expected this. And, we are back, of course. And player of the match is indeed Nat Sciver-Brunt, who will receive her award from former international Isha Gua. So I'm going to mute my screen and hear what she has to say. Well, obviously, basically what she did was echo a lot of what I said. It was a terrific start by the South African bowlers, Ismail and Kapp, really, putting England under a lot of pressure and turning up the heat. 23 for 3. It was a horrible time, for Nat and Heather Knight to be there, but, they made the most of it. And what they did smartly was take advantage of some of the variable bounce and decide early on not to play any aerial shots, and they had to be very judicious in their shot selection. And that's exactly what they did quite perfectly. And then as the bowlers tired, they started to, hit a bit more, both of them getting a 6 each, and they sort of took advantage of it. Sciver-Brunt obviously a little bit nervous at first, but then once she, got into the warm-ups, she sort of switched herself back on, locked herself in, and the rest is history, really. I always think that whenever you have a situation where your captain is the man of the match, you want to save time and have a situation where you just interview the losing captain first and then interview the winning captain and give the man of the match award. That's how they used to do it not too long ago, but clearly not too much thought was put into that. And of course, with that half century, goes to the joint top of the table along with Beth Mooney and the now retired Susie Bates with the most scores over 50 in ICC T20 World Cup history on the women's side. So it was basically that partnership which took everything away. But I think Laura Wolvaardt will definitely look back and say that she made a lot of big mistakes as captain, kept the opening bowlers for a little bit too long and wasn't really able to get the breakthrough she needed. And wasting those 2 reviews meant that, South Africa weren't able to take advantage of any possible LBW reviews, although to be fair, in hindsight, there really was only 1 review, which was never going to be given anyway. And, not really making excuses. I think, he's just saying that he did say that he expected that. And I'm not too sure Sune Loose will want to retire. I think she might have another tournament in her, but certainly Danni van Niekerk, definitely Ismail, maybe Marizanne Kapp. And I think Tazmin Brits should also stick around because, she's still in excellent form. I don't see any reason why she would want to, stop playing if she's still at the top of her game. and say that, England deserved to win. And as far as Hanno's rugby team, of course, he is a big fan of the Springboks, and also I think supports a team based in Pretoria. I think he's actually more of a Bulls fan. I've seen him do a couple of rugby streams with Hamish from the Kiwi lads, I think. Well deserved, of course. Sorry to be blunt, but we can't do without Brunt. And of course, she is bearing the brunt of the responsibility. And no, it's not even advertisements for me, Steve. I mean, we pretty much, go to the studio and have more analysis. And the worst part is that even if you have the advertisements, at least, they're judicious enough to make sure they get back on time to the main telecast. But with me, it's a little bit different. And it sort of is what it is. And once we go back to the interviews, obviously, we will hear from the losing captain. But just a recap. It's continued coverage of the T20 Women's World Cup. England versus South Africa. The second of the two semi-finals, live from the Oval. And the winner, of course, would get to play Australia in the final at Lord's this coming Sunday. Australia beating the West Indies by 8 wickets in the first semi-final, which was played the day before yesterday. South Africa won the toss and chose to bowl, and both teams made one change to their lineup. England, batting first, had a very poor start in the power play, rocked at 23 for 3 before a wonderful partnership between Nat Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight, skipper and former skipper, helping them get to a competitive 169 for 5. Would have been nice to have gotten exactly 170, which meant that South Africa needed exactly 170 from their 20, but ended up falling short. Now we're going to hear from the losing captain, Laura Wolvaardt. Okay, well, you can see a contrast in emotions on both the captains as well. Nat Sciver-Brunt, of course, basically, absolutely delighted. She did say, of course, that despite the bad start, she knew that there was some variable bounce on the wicket. So she and Heather got together and provided that brilliant platform from where England could get a competitive total. And of course, it was the bowling and the fielding that really delighted her, especially Lindsay Smith opening with 3 overs in the opening power play and bowling as well as she did. And then Sophie Ecclestone coming into the middle overs. It does quite seem apparent that England do have a strategy when it comes to bowling very well, especially when it comes to defending a total. And it will remain to be seen, of course, whether they can maintain that strategy. Because, again, one thing which connects England and Australia is that both these teams now, of course, as mentioned, have been unbeaten throughout the tournament. But they also do seem to have their bases covered and certainly know how to respond to different situations. So that is something that really, made her really happy. And of course, yeah, she's not a number 5 batswoman. I agree, Jean-Luc. So having her come in at number 5, I think she sort of felt out of place. But maybe it could well be that Sune Luce could open with Tazmin, Brits later on, and then maybe have Wolvaardt come down at number 3. Or it could be Wolvaardt and Luce like it used to be, and then Brits coming in at number 3. We'll have to see. But, back to Sciver-Brunt, it was a professional performance, basically, and enough to make her really happy. Her calf's doing fine, excited about the Nash's clash on Sunday, and, you really can't look before further than that. And Daz, I already spoke about this earlier when Steve was on. We'll probably get to that in a little minute. And Steve, I don't know if you're still here, but maybe you can offer some comments. In fact, but anyway, it was as good a day as it could possibly be as far as England were concerned, and it was just the way everything was handled. Going to be a lot of pressure, of course. It's been 17 years since England won an ICC world title. Oval being a special place to play, loved playing over the years, and certainly she's got some full confidence in her batting, her side's batting from top to bottom. So even if the openers didn't get a really good start, it was left to the middle order and lower middle order to provide some impetus, and they possibly could have. I don't think she had a plan to try and go harder, because she and Knight knew, of course, that taking it slowly and going at it more, sedately and a little bit more in a more measured manner was the way to go. And that's exactly what they did. And they did it well. And of course, in addition to the likes of Smith in the power play and Ecclestone in the middle orders, Freya Kemp was also outstanding. Off-pace deliveries, mixing it up for the batswomen. And, it was just a perfect day. And as far as Wolvaardt was concerned, basically it was the lack of partnerships. No one really able to support Tazmin at the top of the order. And she did say it was a decent pitch with the ball coming on nicely. It could have, been good for batting in the second innings. And she was also happy with the target, while Nat Sciver-Brunt said it was a decent total as well. The only problem is England bowled absolutely well. They had excellent plans, and South Africa just weren't able to, click. And as far as the tournament reflections are concerned, quite happy to make it out of the group stages. They did what they had to do, beating India after losing to Australia. But the batting, I think it's fair to say, never really fired as a unit throughout the tournament. A few good innings, but not really clicking as a team. And they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And there are some exciting youngsters coming through, but as Hanno said, there will be some veterans who will be retiring. And, that's going to be something that will be dealt with as and when the time comes. And as far as your question, Daz, Steve and I were discussing this. My idea is that Joe Root should take the captaincy on an extended interim basis for 6 months to a year, let Harry Brook develop a sense of maturity, and then he can have the test captaincy all to himself. Because we've got so many issues with this England team, and I'm just going to sort of go through Steve's comments where he and I were, talking about this. I'm just going to try and get that going on. Yeah, obviously the question was the same as you've asked, who will take over from Stokes as captain? And basically there are a lot of intrinsic internal issues, especially some problems with Robert Key and Brendan McCullum. Either or both of them should have actually been sacked before Stokes ended up resigning. And certainly the way England went about things in the fourth innings, there might have been some merit in trying to, go hammer and tongs and get big scores. But then when the situation demanded, you also had to take care of your wickets. And so while Harry Brook himself had an innings much better than a run and ball, the fact that he only lasted about 18 balls or so, or not barely 3 overs, was absolutely poor. And Michael Vaughan was absolutely apoplectic. So you have a situation where, there's so much intrinsically wrong within the leadership group. I don't know if there's that much trust now. There might have been a breakdown in trust between McCullum and Ben Stokes. And sadly, there also seems to be a prevalent culture of alcohol in English cricket right now, which is disgusting to see. Because even back in the day when our players enjoyed a tipple every now and then, they knew when it was the right time to do it. And as far as any candidates for the job, the likes of Sam Curran or Sam Billings, no. And Steve doesn't rate Sam Curran as a cricketer. So to have him coming back into the team as Test captain would be absolutely, ridiculous. And I'm afraid it's going from bad to worse. We're back in a horrible crisis. And I think the best way to go about it would be to just let Joe Root have the captaincy for a little bit of time until Harry Brook matures and keeps his nose clean for 6 to 12 months, and then give Brook the captaincy. As far as the bowlers are concerned, listen, the thing about Jofra Archer is that he is a really good wicket-taking bowler, and when he gets on the money, he is outstanding. There have, however, been recent rumblings about his attitude at times and whether or not he prefers franchise cricket more. And we are seeing a situation where, more and more cricketers seem to prefer the easy slap-bang lifestyle of franchise cricket, where they play for, a few overs, get richly rewarded, and they end up enjoying themselves and wanting to continue living that life of Riley. But here's the thing. I always say that when it comes to people in their franchise contracts, the only reasons why they get those contracts is because of their performances with their national teams. And along with Australia and India, England are also a rich cricket board. They can afford to pay their players comparatively good sums of money. So I get that certain players want to try to protect their health, their long-term health. But again, when it comes to, financial considerations, it seems that more and more players are wanting to have both the penny and the bun and not wanting to give up anything. Kevin Peterson was certainly guilty of that. And sadly now, with the IPL becoming more approved, so to speak, in English cricket circles, you're seeing that more and more and more. You're seeing more and more players just being bitten by the franchise bug and saying, sod it. They don't want to play cricket for England anymore. And Jofra Archer seems to be one of those categories. But the snag is that when he's on form, he is arguably our best bowler. I think if Gus Atkinson is able to, get his act together and get back into form, that would be good. I don't know for how long Ollie Robinson will be out. So it'll probably be Archer and Atkinson to bowl. I think it's quite sad that the likes of Bryden Carter and a few others are apparently out of the picture. I think Josh Tonga will certainly be, in the squad, but he needs to keep his accuracy and keep it, and make sure he maintains some accuracy and not completely go completely offline or off kilter. But, that's really a tough question there. And as far as the spin is concerned, I think they tried Shoaib Bashir against New Zealand, and Bashir certainly does know how to keep an end. But whether or not he can actually be trusted to take wickets is another thing altogether, because it does seem to me that far from being down to his skill, it's the batsman making a mistake. And then Rayan Ahmed should be another option. Why they're not considering bringing another left-arm spinner like Tom Hartley back into the picture, I don't know. But look, if I had to pick a starting 11, obviously the batsman and the wicketkeeper would more or less pick themselves. I don't see Ollie Pope coming back in unless he has a stormer of the county season. And even then, he is still going to have to make sure he plays his way and maintains his spot in the England side if he does get recalled. So I'd be looking for 3 seamers maybe with a spinner, a specialist spinner. And then, you know, having the likes of Root and Brook come in with some part-time spin. But if we have to pick 4 seamers, it will probably, and only some part-time spins, it'll be Jofra Archer, Angus Atkinson, I'd say Josh Tongue, and then who would another one be? In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to obviously the England home and try and see what I can get from some of their recent games. So the recent most test obviously was played at Trent Bridge, England losing that by 160 runs. And it was Gus Atkinson and Archer starting. Shoaib Bashir was the specialist spinner. Josh Tongue was the 3rd seamer. Ben Stokes was a seamer, but now that he's retired and out of the picture, we now have to decide whether to go with 4 seamers or pick a spinner who can also maybe bat. And it could very well be that we decide to go with maybe Rayan Ahmed, who certainly can bowl very well as a leg spin bowler and definitely has improved his batting leaps and bounds. So hopefully that answers your question. And Coles could be another option, a spinner. But Steve, I am glad that you're back because I've got a little bit of a treat for you. Here's the link. Do please hop on if you'd like to talk. And so this is the question, obviously, for which the answers will be more apparent in the coming days. And it's not a question which I can answer immediately because there are going to have to be some tough decisions made, especially with Ben Stokes no longer in the picture. And, you know, we will miss him, obviously, as an all-rounder. Arguably one of our best all-rounders ever, up there with Sir Ian Botham, BP, of course. But, you know, we've got to move on and we've got to, you know, just make sure we find a way. And home series against Pakistan. Pakistan, obviously, are not really in any good sorts, but knowing the way we've gone, there's no way that we can take anything for granted. So hopefully that will answer your question. Now, hopefully, if we do get Steve on, if he's willing to come on and have a chat, we may not possibly see the England men's football team make the World Cup final there, the Football World Cup final, but we do have an England team playing in a World Cup final. It's the women, and they will be in the Cricket World Cup final. So, yeah, nothing really much else to say. I'm not too sure if anyone will be willing to come on. And I think it's just as well that neither Hanno nor our other friend, Jean-Lou, were able to, you know, come on and do this commentary because I'm not too sure they would have been happy. As proud and passionate South Africans, I think they would not have enjoyed seeing the England bowlers spin a web around the South African batswomen. But, you know, it is what it is. And of course, once again, I shall remind you of the events that have taken place today. Continued coverage of the Women's T20 World Cup. And at least we have some good news as far as England cricket is concerned. It was, of course, the second of the semi-finals between England and South Africa, live from the Oval. The winner of this match would go on to play Australia in Sunday's final. Australia, of course, beating the West Indies by 8 wickets in the first semi-final. That was day before yesterday. Laura Wolvaardt won the toss and chose to bowl. Not really a surprise, given the presence of plenty of green on the wicket. And England, being forced to bat first, had a dreadful start, losing 3 wickets in the first 4 overs and finishing with 35 for 3 in the power play. But, of course, that was the signal for England's 2 most experienced batswomen, 2 of their 3, I would say, in current skipper Nat Sciver-Brunt, returning skipper, I should say, and former skipper Heather Knight to combine for a partnership of 133, which took the initiative away from the Lady Proteas. And which meant that England were in a position to post a competitive total after it wasn't 19, it was 20. So, a little bit of another poor show there, which meant that South Africa needed 170 from exactly 20 at exactly 8.5 and over, but they weren't able to get going. Aside from Tazmin, Brits, no other batsman was able to get a pretty good score, and the middle overs saw them disintegrate to an onslaught from Sophie, Ecclestone, Charlie Dean and company. Freya Kemp also proving more than a handful, and Lauren Bell coming back with 2 wickets after not succeeding in the opening overs, which meant that England beat South Africa by 40 runs, and they will play Australia in an Ashes clash in the Women's T20 World Cup final on Sunday. Captain Nat Sciver-Brunt finishing with the Player of the Match award for a fine innings of 75 and some inspired captaincy. Okay, and maybe next time. But listen, Steve, I also want to say right now, if you do get an opportunity to go down to Lord's to watch the final, if you can get a ticket, do make sure you do so, and do try and post a vlog. I know that there's always going to be a 50-50 chance that England might not win, but we've got to keep the faith. We've got to make sure that we keep our own sense of self-belief. Both teams are unbeaten, but neither of these teams are unbeatable. Neither us nor Australia. So let's keep the belief, and let's have that belief that it will be coming back. Yeah. So maybe next time. But thanks a lot for joining in. I really do appreciate it. Thanks a lot to Daz Reynolds, who has another question. Do you think Mark Wood could pick it again? Probably not. It will take some time for him to completely recover from his myriad injuries and really be in a position where he is fit again. And it's like I often say, the faster you bowl, the more prone you are to injuries. And sadly, the likes of Mark Wood are no different. So once again, that answers your question. But I want to thank you for joining in the comments, mate. And hopefully we will see you in the comments on Sunday when England will be playing in that final, a wonderful Ashes clash. So I think with no one able to join me backstage, I think we can sort of put that to rest. Big up as well to others who joined in. John Liu and Hannah were in the comments earlier. It was Shush earlier on, I think, and Moideen, who also joined in. But this has been a really good stream. I've had a lot of people, we've had a lot of people watching live, and I want to thank you all for once again coming in. And this is, of course, the headline, and this is how we will finish it. England beat South Africa by 40 runs, and they will, of course, play Australia in the T20 World Cup final this coming Sunday, the 5th of June. And all I can say is it will be a mouth-watering clash between the only 2 unbeaten teams in the tournament. I certainly can't wait, and I hope we will join you. And the time for the final on Sunday, I believe coverage will be starting from 2:30 local time, that is British summer time. And it may very well be... Actually, that is, of course, the time for the television coverage. I'm just going to find out for you when it will be, because the last thing I want is to... coverage will be starting on the television at 2:30 local time, but the match will be set to start at 3:30 local time. So 3:30 BST, 8 o'clock in my neck of the woods, which is India, 4:30 p.m. in South Africa, although I don't think anybody will want to tune into that. And there are certainly no South African-born cricketers playing in either the English or Australian teams. So it'll probably just be me, and maybe we should get some guest appearances from Hanno and Jean-Luc to talk about the final. But until then, all I can say is thank you all very much. It's been a wonderful stream. I've sort of been on the air for 4 hours in succession, and all of you who've kept me company have really made this enjoyable. So until we meet again on Sunday, for sure, let me just say thank you to each and every one of you. God bless each and every one of you. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. Be happy. Do unto others as you have others do unto you. And don't do anything that I wouldn't do, or Hannah or Jean-Luc for that matter. Until then, as I normally do, I bid you adieu. Cheers.